a little more consistent actually, because he's such a great player when things are going well.
Yeah, I could agree with that. And, Reggie Jackson, not too familiar with this player, Billy's opponent here. But from what I hear, he's a local top player and local favorite. A lot of folks know him, and he's going to do his best against the banker. So looking forward to seeing his skills.
Yeah, I was fortunate to meet Reggie, I believe at the U.S. Open last year. It's a very, very good guy. I talked about doing some teaching with him, but haven't got together, but he seems like a great guy. Decent break. I believe he's got to look at the 2.
Yeah, it looks like he does have a line to it. Now, curious if he's going to try to run into the 9 ball or avoid it here. And look at this 9 ball. Very close, but doesn't fall. Still open shot.
Yeah, elevated over the purple here. So that's going to make things a little bit more difficult anytime you're elevated. It tends to make you want to overcut the ball if there's a miss.
And Reggie going to come up just a hair short. So Billy Thorpe now in control of the table. 9 ball hanging in the hole, so we might see an early rack here with the purple 5 and contacting the 9. Combination action perhaps. Billy looks very bright-eyed this morning, ready to roll. And it looks like the combination is in order. No question here. And there it is, 1-0 to Billy Thorpe. And again, racing to 9 here. So, Scott, it's been a lovely week so far. The players got here just a few days ago, warming up and really just getting acquainted with the equipment, and heard nothing but great things about the venue. Players kind of have their own corner of the world. Scott, have you been to On Cue here in Front Royal?
I don't believe I have been to On Cue. I mean, I've been a lot of places, but I'm not 100% certain I've been there. They all start to blend together after about 35 years.
Totally understandable, Scott. Now let's see how Billy's break is looking. Looking for the 1 ball to the side pocket. Doesn't get there, but he does find success nonetheless.
Yeah, maybe a bit thick. He's going to have a peek at the side here.
He wants to avoid the 8 ball here. Nice opening shot there.
He's got 2 ways he can go at this. He can come to the second rail. He just wants to steer clear of the 9.
It looks like he's going to overrun this just a touch. He's going to fall on the backside here. I mean, he can't play this to the side pocket. Not sure if he's going to do that. Narrowly missing the mark. But fortunately for Billy, this is kind of a tester here. He might have the avenue between the 8 and the green 6. Have that bottom corner pocket. Looks like it still is available. He drains it. What a shot from Reggie Jackson. And we talk about the experience from some of these up-and-coming players, getting the opportunity to play players like Billy Thorpe, amongst other top professionals in the room. And really just enjoying the opportunity to be on the same stage and show your stuff. Really just a great experience overall.
Yeah, here you don't have to go to the side pocket with the 7. just keep it simple with due to where the 8 is. The upper left corner is the right play. Oftentimes, your confidence will tell you have to go to the left side here. Just keep it simple. One rail up.
It looks like he's done so as suggested.
I like his pace around the table. I think it's nice. It calms him down a little bit. You can tell the heart rate's up, but with that pace around the table, it should slow him down just a tick.
Yeah, it looks like he's very
Little
confident.
flinch in his, little flinch there. I noticed it on the 5, I believe it was, but he's getting it done.
Yeah, you can tell definitely heart pumping and maybe a bit of adrenaline. But still, as you said, Scott, he's getting the job done. So, as we say, you spell win the same way, regardless of how it's done, W-I-N. He drains the 9 ball, so tied up 1 game apiece. And don't forget, we are in an alternate break format. So both players will be alternating the break off. And we're not going to see any packages in this match here. But again, lots of great matches coming up. We're going to be sending out matches every 2 hours on the hour. Through till 10 p.m. tonight will be our final match. And then Final 16 starts tomorrow. And we will conclude the event. We're looking forward to seeing who makes it all the way to the end. Seen a couple of upsets so far, but the cream usually rises to the top. And Reggie Jackson in the advantageous position as he does have the break on the odd games. So, going to see how his break looks.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to get a look at the 2 here. Pretty good hit with the 1. He just got into the cue ball a bit much. Drew it 3 rails. I don't believe it took a kiss either, so maybe just ease up on that low ball there. Looking to roll out, potentially. Can you see an edge of it? Hard to tell. Yeah, rolling out.
I'm curious what Billy's going to think of this predicament.
He's got that wall on the right side of the table, the 3, 9, and 8. Can he bank the 2 down towards the 6 and wrap around to the upper right side? I don't know. There's a couple of ways to do it. You could use the 5 and 4. He might just go at this to the upper right.
He was looking for coverage behind that brown 7, but to no avail. Not really an open shot here, but he's got the whole ball to work with to return some defense. I'd like him to just send the 2 ball over near the green 6 to rail the cue ball up above that 3-9. Not sure what he thinks. And he is going to leave it open.
I don't know if the 3-9 is on. I don't know if that carom is available. If it is, Billy could just kind of stop somewhere where he's at.
I'll be honest, Scott, it does look like it is on. Not really about just pocketing this 2 ball. He fires it in nice. It's going to be really thin on this 3 ball if he is going to take on the carom. Yeah, very nice. Billy Thorpe 2-1 now. Getting some quick racks under this in this first match, Scott. Very good pace.
Yeah, so far, so good.
I'm Curious how Billy's feeling as far as the point in the event. He's got a little bit of extra work here, a couple of extra matches to get to that final 16. And again, the final 16 single elimination, that is the second stage of the event. And again, that begins tomorrow. So all the players remaining, all fighting for a spot in that single elimination stage. Makes a nice connection
better
there.
Recovery there. Caught it a little bit thicker. I felt like a little thin on the first hit, but the 3 in trouble here. It might play. How big are the pockets, Mike?
I want to say that we're definitely in the 4.5, 4.25 range. I didn't get the specific dimensions.
Oh, boy.
But we are not in the tight pocket range by any means. And
a little quick there.
Yeah, and the cloth was put on this table, I want to say about 10 to 12 days ago, so it's still quite slick. So the pockets have been accepting thus far. Well, the players are aware of that, and they've played their shots accordingly. Nice return defense there from Reggie Jackson. Looks like Billy's going to the bag to grab the jump cue. It looks like he more than likely will attack the 2-6 combination with the jump. What do you think, Scott?
Well, he's extremely close to the purple 5, so I don't know. I mean, the kick almost pays off just as well. It's a pretty big ball to get over. I think that's what he's alluded to.
Yeah, it looks like he's put the jump cue away. Let's see how Billy kicks. He's got the 9-ball moving. Narrowly missing the 9 in the corner. That was close. It makes things awkward for Reggie Jackson. Cue ball very tight to the green 6. Going to hamper the cueing quite a bit here.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't be elevating the cue here. It's going to need to hold. I think it has. I don't think can he make it? Hard to tell. No. Well done. It's probably going to end up behind the 5 and 7 here. Just chip the 2 up. Unless I'm seeing it incorrectly.
I think he can get a little bit more of the ball here.
Oh, he could make it. I can't. The overhead's a little tricky.
Yeah, it looks like he had to cheat the pocket a bit there. A bit of spin on the cue. Try to throw it towards the pocket. It does fall. And Billy's out in the open now. Very clean run out available. You can always tell that a player's got a bit of that extra confidence as they kind of storm around the table, not really checking the lines. I mean, with the wide open table, it's understandable, but the confidence is showing through. And you see Billy getting himself in a little bit of trouble here. Still makeable. Billy does what he does. Banks it clean. Very nice finish there. Billy Thorpe going to take a 2-game lead here, 3-1. So again, been very smooth here over these last few days. And again, we're at On Cue, Front Royal, Virginia. And you are watching the Bob Stocks Memorial 2026 edition. Been a very nice time here at the venue. And again, lots of players exclaiming they like the setup of the room. You know, it's kind of their own corner of the world, and they don't really have to deal with any traffic or any distractions, if you will. Let's see what Reggie Jackson can come with on the break here. He's been making the one ball, but not really getting that open shot he's been looking for. So hopefully he's made that adjustment.
Yeah, notice how low he is on the cue ball here. It's pretty low. Okay, he's made the adjustment, though he caught it thinner this time. Not going to get a look on the 2, I don't believe.
Yeah, full ball eclipse, 9 ball right in his face. No. I mean, it's tough to think about where to push here, Scott. Do you have a suggestion? I kind of like him to go at it here.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the position, there's really no future there. The rollout might be something you consider. Billy's going to take this. You just don't want to leave a top player with this much of a ball out of the gate with this much cover.
Yeah, perhaps cue ball 1 rail, try to contact square into the 9 ball. Looks like he's going to go the opposite direction. I think he's actually left this open here, Scott. Maybe just the edge. A contact available.
Yeah, you'd like to be able to just shave this and drop down below the 3. It's a pretty thin clip, but definitely doable. I don't know if he's got more ball than I think, but I don't think you can do a lot more with it. You'd like to just drop below the 3 here. Yeah, this is the problem here. I'm trying to do a little too much with it.
And Billy's going to accept this entire 2 ball to work with.
Yeah, Billy banking at that ball and the one that he spun in the game prior, which I believe was the 2, tells me the pockets are probably 4.5, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, we've seen some really nice runouts and some forgiving pockets, especially with that slick cloth, but I think you might be right, Scott. Probably in that range. And Billy
got a little lazy there, a little quick too, just a little, kind of took it for granted.
Yeah, we know what can happen in that situation, just what we saw. And Reggie Jackson now. Opportunity to get within 1. And keep in mind, Billy would be breaking our next game.
Yeah, I don't know why he drew that ball there. I guess I would have probably, I think, naturally just go forward a little bit and take the 1 rail angle upwards. Now he's going to have to go forward, and on new cloth, it can be a little trickier. Yeah, I didn't like his ball in hand play there. You didn't have to draw the cue ball on the green 6.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think maybe, like we mentioned earlier, maybe a bit of that adrenaline pumping, knowing you're on that feature table, you're playing one of the top players, one of the big names in pool. You just kind of momentary lapse of consciousness and kind of go through the ball a bit extra.
He's kind of blind here. Pocket will help him. It's going to be the combination and the 8.
All right, there you go. Makes it happen. Billy Thorpe showing a bit of his talents there. And, you know, we talked about this yesterday, Scott. We saw a few situations where, you know, some of these top players, they get out of position or misjudge the speed. But because they're so talented, they just shoot their way out of it.
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. Yeah, oftentimes they can get themselves out of trouble with the shot making. No question. Especially, you know, we talk about it a lot. I think the dynamic of different pocket sizes are fun to talk about, because here you're going to see different styles versus more tactical in defense. You're going to see more aggression. And I think that that's just fine. He should be good on the 3 if the 8 clears.
It looks like it does. So Billy Thorpe, opportunity here. You see him really getting that pep in his step here, Scott. Looks like he's trying to make quick work of this match.
Yeah, he's got that feeling.
Definitely.
A little on the wrong side. Might have to go low with the 7 now, but he should be just fine. Run into the 9.
Yeah, he's just getting down. One stroke, see the picture, fire it in. And those things can be a little debilitating to your mental if you're his opponent. You know, when you're got a guy like Billy Thorpe on the opposite side of the table, you know, just firing balls in on you. You know, it can kind of make you second guess yourself, but really just got to go out there and do your thing. The on-site officials here have been nothing but top class. Now this will be Reggie's break.
Yeah, you saw a little negative nod of the head there. Probably still thinking about the ball in hand on the green 6 and then missed the 7. But really the problem wasn't the 7. It was kind of how he played the 6.
Oh, this looks much better, but is he going to get a look at the 3? I mean, he can see it. I think he's got enough to bank it out of there. Leave the cue ball right under the pink 4 ball. Not sure his plan of attack here.
He's got options. He can thin this. He can try and bank it up table. Yeah, I like this. I think this is good. Just gives him more distance. Real tough to use just the pink to get behind, but the problem going to be now is the 7 and 9. There's still a lot of cover.
And Billy's recognized something very quickly here. He doesn't let the bank happen, but does find coverage behind the 9. It looks like Reggie is going to go to the bag, grab the jump cue. So to the air we go. You know, solid contact there, but Thorpe going to have wide open access here. Opening shot really the big one here. Really nice control with the cue ball. Yeah, with this type of pace, this match could be over in no time. Looks like Billy's just waiting on our neighboring table. And he misses the 7. I'm not sure if that's a byproduct of the quick pace of Billy. Seems as though that was a bit rushed. Reggie Jackson trying to put another point up here after Billy's lax miss there on the 7. And again, I feel like that was a bit rushed. I don't know if you're picking up the same thing, Scott.
Yeah, potentially. A little thick there as well. Just the nerves are definitely up for Mr. Jackson. Going to the close bridge in the close range here. Oof. All right.
A little shaky there, but he gets the job done. 5-2 now in our race to 9. Remember, this is a B-side match, so both players fighting for their tournament life. The loser of this match will be going home. Billy very anxious to get up there and try to close this out.
And that's a better hit, much better hit. That's exactly what he's looking for. Everything open here. Big stretch on the red 3.
I'm curious, Scott, you know, a lot of players tend to go straight for the bridge, some straight for the extension, sometimes for both. Is that really a decision or, preference-wise, or is that really just situational?
Yeah, it all depends. Some players switch hands. It all depends on what you feel. I mean, he plays so much pool that he's going to know right away whether it's the bridge or if he can get over it with just a long stretch. I am a bit surprised he's a quick player, but typically a little more attention to detail. I think that this is the tricky part about bigger pockets is what you tend to want to do is take them for granted. And you often see these players make mistakes they never really make because they take them for granted. They get a little quicker and feel like it's kind of a big bar table when it really is not. So a couple of big mistakes from Billy. And I know that he knows he can't afford to play this loose going forward. So that's kind of the concern I have. If he's going to keep this same pace, he might be in a bit of trouble. I expect him to slow down as the tournament goes.
Yeah, we've seen that a bit so far this weekend. I want to say, reminiscent of Lucas Fracasso-Werner yesterday, playing his match against Daniel Charlo, and that was pretty close. Lucas did end up getting the win, but there were some situations, Lucas taking some of those simple shots for granted and missing position or just missing the shot outright, but He did seal the deal. But as we know, this game might be very simple, but far from easy.
Yeah, Mike, looking at a lot of the sponsors here, Fulkin Cues, Universal Cues, CPBA Cloth, one of my sponsors, Town Billiards, Diamond Tables, obviously Digital Pool. In the box, they're everywhere in the box.
Yeah, got a
Ship
great
the
team.
cash.
That's right. Got a great team behind the Stocks Memorial this year, and really thrilled to be a part of it. Glad to have you as well, Scott.
Thanks, bud. Well, the good news is he didn't scratch. The 2 saved the day, and the 2 is also going to save the day here, I believe. The green 6 buttered up right next to it.
Yeah, I got to agree there, Scott. Looks like simple safety here, but of course, got to be mindful of where you're sending the 2. Very likely could carry him off at 4, maybe arrive back into position with the cue ball. So you can't just kind of hit and hope. Be very careful here. And I think he's done well.
Yeah, the key is to take this long rail away. And I believe he has. If he's taken the long one, no, he has not. Yeah, you got to really marry him to that 6 to take that long rail away. It makes everything much more difficult.
Yeah.
Still work to be done to get on the 3, Mike.
Yeah, it seems like made some nice contact there. But again, as you said, wrong side of the 2 ball. Not sure if he could cross the 2. I think the pink 4 blocks that. But perhaps just some more defense. Obviously like to keep Billy in the chair, but sometimes the table doesn't allow that. Gonna have to go with what you got to go with. So he's just going to float it in there, and I think we're looking for the cue ball behind that green 6 once more. Nice speed there again.
Yeah, really dangerous at that speed. You never want the 3 to lay over the side, so you probably want to catch it a bit fuller and get it on down past the side pocket, irregardless of where the cue ball's at. Would have given you a little more room to get up in behind the 6 as well. So I think Billy a favorite here. Should be anyway.
He's going to get a little good fortune there.
The only way to get position.
Yeah. No. Bit of a cut here to the top right, but should arrive nicely over the purple 5. And doesn't really look like he went all the way through the ball there, Scott. Looks like a bit of deceleration from what I saw. Reggie Jackson going to have an opportunity again.
This is definitely something you have to take advantage of here. Kind of got on the wrong side again. He's going to be fine, or he should be, but he's using a little inside, which can become tricky.
Yeah, I don't think he had to really move that cue ball too much there. I mean, he wants to be comfortable, but 7 ball very available. As long as he crosses the center of the table, I think this is going to be simple. He does that very nicely. Fires it in. Nice pace. A little shy of perfect, but definitely a makeable ball from this position. Shouldn't have any issues. Reggie Jackson fires back. Going to make it 6-3 at this point. Billy going to be our breaker. Rack number 10. We know how important that break shot is. Now, I'm curious your opinion here, Scott. Had this been a winner break format, what do you think the score line looks like as compared to what we see here with the alternate break?
They talk about it. Pat Fleming with AccuStats was 45 years in the business, and he actually did a lot of statistics with the alternate break versus the winner break format, and ironically, they were almost identical over that 45 years. It's really down to the momentum change. You can be up 6-1, 7-1 in a match where it's alternate break, and things can still change. So I don't know. Really, I haven't seen a lot of break serves. As soon as I say that, it'll happen. But I think the alternate break here, with a little bit looser pocket, is the right play, no question.
Yeah, that's kind of ironic, as you said, to see that the alternate break and winner break formats, almost identical stats. But, the numbers don't lie. And Pat Fleming, if he did the research, you got to believe him.
Yeah, I think it leaned a little bit more to the winner break, but I asked to see the stats. I have not seen them, but I do believe Pat. He's a very good guy. It would make sense. I've played a lot of both, and the momentum is really where the swings are changing, right? And the opponent will feel that swing, and so a lot of things can happen. But I don't know here if a lot of things will happen. I do know one thing, though. Reggie Jackson, great baseball player. And this Reggie Jackson looks like he could have been a great baseball player.
He might be. He might just be. Now, the pool community and pool world, a vast array of different walks of life. And, you can get, the school teacher and the attorney playing the finals against any trade you can think of. It really is just a melting pot of everything. So I wouldn't be surprised if he did play baseball too, Scott.
Yeah, I think Reggie Jackson, I believe he played for the Dodgers. I'm probably wrong. Royals or the Dodgers, but I think he's a Hall of Famer. I don't know that that's him.
How crazy would that be?
But, yeah, I would venture to say that if he was that Reggie Jackson, everybody would know it.
Oh, most definitely. It looks like this Reggie Jackson is set to break off in rack number 11, trailing 7-3. Got to really try to put something together here as we approach the conclusion of this match.
Yeah, so that was thinner. That's the why the one did go short. Cue ball came down very low, got a kiss or two. It's married up to the 9 now.
Referee removing that template.
That is the Town rack. I have a few of them here.
Yeah, Max Racks. Definitely heard some good feedback about those templates, Scott. A lot of fans of the Town Max Rack over here. Main comment I've heard, they just work. Not sure if he was going for the shot or playing the defense there. Perhaps a two-way, but to no avail. And you got the banker himself, Billy Thorpe, with an open bank on the one. Got to like him to take it on. Such confidence in those bank shots from Billy. He arrives pretty well here on the pink. You can see him with that kind of speedy pace around the table, letting us know that he's very comfortable out there.
Yeah,
A long road ahead.
Here. Gonna go 3 rails with the cue ball here. Watch the lower left corner on our screen. Oh, it really lengthened out.
Yeah, not going to be happy with that result. Really tough to tell exactly what he's got available here. I don't know if it's frozen to the ball or just very, very close. But regardless, very tough situation there. I was just going to thin this one, try to zigzag the cue ball up table, perhaps. What a shot from Billy Thorpe. How about that one, Scott? What a shot.
Yeah.
Still wants to come with another good one here. And he's going to give it right back after that 7 ball. That's tough to swallow. But Billy being very lighthearted about it. He's got a smile on his face. So very likely to pass another point to Mr. Reggie Jackson. He will gladly accept. There it is, 7-4 now. As Billy steps up to break. Again, Billy just needing 2 to get out of this one. We're racing to 9 here.
Yeah, another really nice hit from Billy. He's got another open look. Pretty natural here to the pink.
Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be another one of those quick runouts, and this one would put Billy on the hill. So, narrowly approaching the finish line. Billy getting a chance to kind of stretch his legs and feel out this feature table a bit with this match. As he rolls into position for the 9. Gets himself within 1. And Billy Thorpe on the hill. And if you are just joining us, remember you're watching the 2026 Bob Stocks Memorial. And this is a WNT points ranking event, the World 9-Ball Tour. And we're here at On Cue in Front Royal, Virginia. And I'm Mike DeMarco from Ship the Cash. Joining me, the freezer, Scott Frost. This is a
Reggie
B-side
Jackson.
match.
Oh, go ahead, bud.
Well, this is a B-side match, so again, the loser of this match will be sent home.
Yeah, the black 8 gonna spoil the fun. And real tough to roll out here. So you might want to consider just rolling out a little bit further towards the long rail there to give yourself a better look at the jump shot.
You know, call me crazy, but
towards it.
I feel like you can play the rail first here on the two. And I mean, given the situation and the score line, I know Billy's just going to go right at it. Let's see if he can make this happen.
Yeah, you tend to overcut it when you're jumping a ball like this because the back arm tends to want to come out. The front of the cue will feel that, kind of swipe it to cue ball, and we often see them miss with the jump shot due to the thin hit.
A great insight there, Scott. I mean, Reggie's got the open shot, but still a bit of work to do to 3-ball the pink 4. I mean, in this situation, I feel like you just have to swing, make something happen. And it looks like Reggie agrees. He's not going to get it to happen. And if that 3-ball trickles out, it could have been the final stroke in the event for Mr. Reggie Jackson, as Billy Thorpe has a nice open look. Falling right into line here. Yeah, you can see Billy starting to speed around the table. Looking like the beginning of the end. As he gets to the 9-ball, this would be for the win. Move forward in the event, and he makes it happen. So it's Billy Thorpe over Reggie Jackson, 9-4. And Scott, I want to thank you for joining us for this match. We've got another one coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and that's going to be Boris Ivanovsky and Yannick Pongers, and that's a winner's side match. And again, that's going to be in just about 1 hour's time. So we are going to take a short break, hear from some of our sponsors, and we'll be back for that one. Scott, thank you once again.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, folks, we'll be back in just a short time. See you at 2 p.m. Eastern.
At Bob Stocks Memorial 2026 at On Cue Sports Bar and Grill. Madison Ortiz, as you know, here again. Before we get into the action more of day 2, we're going to recap day 1. It was a big day for the Connecticut boys. As you know, I'm a Connecticut boy, so we're standing up proud. I have Jeremy Sosi here. Really big win with Vitali. What do you think won today?
I just tried to hang in there, do the best I could like I always do and take every opportunity that came to me, and just try not to waste it.
Excellent. I think the match started out with Vitali 2-0, then it was back and forth. What do you think about this new CPBA Royal Apex cloth? I heard it's playing pretty true, a little fast, but what do you think about that last 9-ball that got a little away from you?
Yeah, it's fast. That table, I think they said that there was no play on it compared to the other ones, so it was, and the balls were really waxed, and I mean it was like an ice rink. But I like the cloth, but it was fast, and that last shot from the 8 to the 9, I knew it was going to come off the rail, far, and I tried to cinch it, and it came out so far. It just comes off the rail. There's no friction. There's no friction on the cloth because it's new and the balls are so waxed up that there's nothing grabbing anything. So it just came off the rail so far, and then I just tried to, I didn't want to roll the ball. I don't like rolling it, and I just thought I'm just going to shoot it, hit the cue ball low because I just felt more comfortable hitting it that way and hit it good, and luckily,
No better feeling than seeing that last 9-ball drop. What do you have going on today? Who's your first opponent and what time?
I think I play at 6 o'clock against Payne McBride, I think.
Excellent. Nice young up-and-comer. He's coming off a big win from Felix Vogel. So we're going to get back to the action with the TV. Ship to Cash, Mark DeMarco, and the Freezer, Scott Frost. Back to you guys. Madison Ortiz here signing off.
All right. Thank you very much, Madison. And it does look like Grayson and Fraser Patrick both ready to get this match started. And, of course, congratulations to Jeremy Sosi winning his match last night over Vitali Betsura. It was a nice win there. And the theme of last night, Connecticut coming through. So both Jeremy Sosi and Lucas Fracasso-Werner both getting through their winner's side matches, making their way through to the winner's side final 16, if they can get that done one more time. So, again, we're going to get down to the final 16 players at the conclusion of tonight, and then we go to our single elimination. So, again, at the conclusion of today, we're going to be down to just 16 players. And you see our on-site official giving the heads up. You may begin. So Grayson Vaughn and Fraser Patrick going to be going again, race to 9. And they are fighting for their tournament lives. So we're going to see who can come out on top of this one. A little light on the lag. I think maybe the speed giving them a little hesitation there. And nonetheless, we are ready to begin. And again, this is a B-side match. And if you're just joining us, this is the Bob Stocks Memorial 2026 edition. And we're live here at On Cue in Front Royal, Virginia. And I'm Mike DeMarco from Ship the Cash. And I'm thrilled to be able to deliver these matches to you. And our special guest commentator, the Freezer, Mr. Scott Frost, in our last matchup. We're going to hear more from him later in the day and through tomorrow. Really looking forward to that. And it looks like it's young Grayson Vaughn going to be breaking first. Let's see which side of the table he's choosing to break from. Almost centered, just a hair to the right. And he's going to be looking for the 1 ball to the left side pocket, or bottom from this view. And he makes that happen very well. Loses the cue ball a bit. So going to be tough opening shot here for Grayson Vaughn. Just going to give it a quick look here. And he's going to go all the way around the world here. You can see full ball eclipse. Very likely going to see a push out here. So he's going to allow Fraser to see this entire ball. And it is going to be difficult. And he's going to pass it right back to Grayson. Now, he had a plan. We're going to see if that comes to fruition here. Now you see him looking at the tangent line off of the 2-ball. Now that's telling me that he's looking to play some defense here. Possibly send the cue ball around the rails. It looks like he's cueing to make the ball. No, he is playing defense. Yeah, not really going to come out the way he was intending. I think he needed a bit thinner of a hit. But nonetheless, Fraser Patrick to the table for the first time. Both players had a bit to warm up, so they should be acquainted with the equipment. A little bit of a struggle there. Does appear that the red 3 does still have a pocket here. Yeah, he's got the whole ball here. Just one rail position. Doesn't need to get too fancy. He's kind of worked himself into a good position here. Overhits that one just a touch. But still very makeable. Ideal position on the 6-ball. And it looks like this table is toast. So Fraser Patrick, 3 balls away from taking that first point. And again, remember, this is a B-side match, so both players fighting for tournament life and continuing in the event. And Fraser going to be very comfortable here on the 9-ball. And he takes care of business. 1-0, Fraser Patrick. So as I mentioned, we started with 63 players overall. And now we're down to just over the 32 final. Sorry, just under the 32 final. And by the end of today, we will be in our single elimination final 16, which is the second stage of the event. And looking to see the cream rise to the top. Had a few upsets over the course of play yesterday. And young talent Payne McBride over the German phenom Felix Vogel. Really big win there for Payne. And I don't know if I can call this an upset, but on paper, Jeremy Sosi over Vitaly Patsura. We just heard from Jeremy a short time ago. And, of course, another big win, Raymond Linares taking out the banker Billy Thorpe, 9-7. yesterday. Another big win there. Really about comfort on the equipment and really just getting your mind at ease to do the things you know how to do. It looks like Fraser Patrick, nice break off. Yeah, really quality break there. I don't know if that's a repeatable type of result there, but definitely going to work in rack number 2. You know, we say it all the time. You know, these talented players, when the balls are open, you kind of just expect them to get out, just finish the rack, finish the run. You know, it's all that time that they've had on the table, and over the years, they're training. And this is the time to show your stuff. But really what makes these professionals so tough, it's really just, you know, the consistency of what they do. Repetition. And just remembering all that hard work and dedication to the game. It's a pretty shot there. Always love seeing the delayed draw action. Just looks so nice. And there you go, Fraser Patrick, 2-0 now. And again, we're over here at On Cue, Front Royal, Virginia. Really nice venue here. Very unique setup for the tournament, too. And when I say unique, it's a favorable unique. Players do not have to deal with traffic through the room and, you know, being bothered with distractions. Everything really in its own corner of the world. And, you know, I'll tell you, as a spectator and as a player, you would really love this environment. We're going to see Grayson Vaughn to the table. Let's see how Grayson's break is looking here. Again, he's a lot more centered than most of the players we've seen on this feature table. As far as his cue ball position is concerned, looking for the one to the side. He's made an adjustment there. One ball not going to fall, but purple 5 ball finds a home in the top corner. So he's going to get to continue here. Yeah, had a nice wave of spectators throughout the weekend so far. Really just enjoying having some of these top-class professionals in their hometown. We even had some folks traveling, coming to the area. And I'll tell you, I've seen these matches playing out so far, but I'll tell you, there's still a lot of top class professionals that we have not seen yet on this feature table. And speaking of those, our next matchup, 2 WNT professionals, going to be Boris Ivanovsky and Yannick Pongers. And that's going to be at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Really looking forward to that match. Both very tough players, very talented. So still plenty of pool action. And don't forget, if you do want to watch all of the other matches, you can pick your table, pick the matchup you want to watch. You can head on over to the All Table Pass via Digital Pool and purchase your pay-per-view pass, and you can choose which match you'd like to see. No. Missed kick there from Grayson. So Fraser Patrick back in the driver's seat. Comes out a little bit high on this one. He can elect to stall and stay underneath it or come around the world. Yeah, really nice control there. That's a confident shot there. Being able to control the ball. 2 rails between the 6'9". That's letting us know that Fraser really comfortable on this feature table. You know, when we heard from Madison Ortiz and Jeremy Sosi just a short time ago, you know, Jeremy exclaiming that table was very fast and sometimes unpredictable, the current state. Looks like Fraser Patrick has got this one in a chokehold. He's controlling that cue ball very nicely right now. And don't forget, this is a B-side match. Both players are fighting to stay in the event. You see Fraser Patrick looking on as he anticipates his next break off. And I think he just recognized that the score was not marked, so he's going to put that up 3-0, Fraser Patrick. Let's see how this break-off looks. Again, one to the side. Narrowly avoids the 9-ball going in that side. And it looks like he does have sight on this 2-ball, but a narrow window at that. Now, it looks like the cut might be on. Not sure if the pink 4 is hindering that, but alternatively, he can opt to play the carom off the 9. That isn't the case. A position on the red 3, that's the difficult part. There's a lot of distance and some traffic to deal with. Let's see if he can make this happen. I'll tell you, he missed the 2-ball, and he's not going to get the cue ball into position either. So Grayson Vaughn back in control. Difficult situation here. Doesn't look like there's an avenue between the brown 7 and the purple 5 to pocket the 2. So perhaps another defensive attempt. He's just going to look for coverage, a little bit of distance. He's going to leave the 2-ball visible, but not an offensive shot by any means. Likely just going to send the 2-ball back down table. And he goes with the simple safety. And he gets really nice behind the 5-ball. Yeah, Grayson really has it against him here. Fraser Patrick playing very consistently. Very high quality pool. And, you know, although he's in a tough spot here, I'd really like to see him actually go with the kick shot here. I don't think there's a lot of upside with the jump here. He's going to find a little bit of good fortune with the distance, but it does look like Fraser can still pocket the 2. But again, 3 ball in a tricky spot. So pocketing the ball, just the first step. Not sure if he's even going to attempt that. Might be just playing defense one more time. Yeah. He doesn't get coverage this time, though. So very likely going to see a similar style shot here. Just going to try to thin the 2 ball and try to arrive with the cue behind the 9. This is all speed control. And a shot there from Grayson. Fraser's looking at this as if he can maybe see an edge, but I think he's going to end up going with a kick shot here. You know, a lot of things can go his way if he hits it just right. And of course, you could make it. Yeah, what a result. Great shot. You know, that was kind of the shot I was looking for from Grayson earlier, just a few shots ago. He ended up opting for the jump shot, which I think a lot of the younger players kind of just revert to that shot versus the kick. And it's kind of just the new way to do it. If you've got a jump cue in the bag, why would you kick? But in a lot of cases, the kick shot can be very effective, and in some cases even more effective than the jump. Now, 2 ball looks like he can maybe just sneak it into the side pocket. But again, yeah, with the 3 ball the way it is, I don't think anybody wants to make this ball without being sure that they can get that positioning on the red 3. So they're going to play this cat and mouse game with the blue 2 ball. Not sure his thought process here. Looks like he's going to try to bank the 2 ball up table. He ends up thinning the 2, but he is going to leave it open and available. But again, positioning for that 3 still difficult. It's really about the 6 ball. The 6 is blocking a large portion of that view if you go up table for the red 3. So even though this 2 is right above the pocket, you might even see him play defense once more. And that's exactly what we saw. And I'll tell you, I don't think that was the result he was looking for. Another simple safety available. Just got to be mindful of where that red 3 goes. You can shoot into the blue 2 and draw the cue ball underneath the 8 in the 4. And that would kind of solve the issues really about speed control. Let's see if Grayson agrees with that suggestion. And he does go with the shot, but doesn't get it to happen. Overstroke. A little too much power there. Now, one more defensive shot here. And that should really do it. I mean, the 2 ball's right in front of the corner pocket now. So Grayson trying to make contact. He could pocket it. No. Looks like he's going to go direct at it. I'd like to see him hit that second rail right above the 2. Just trying to create that separation. And he does come off the second rail, but a bit deep, and he ends up scratching off the back of it. So it's Fraser Patrick, again, in control. I'm just trying to figure out best plan to get on that 3 ball. I mean, it's in a lot better position than it was for the first portion of this rack. But, I mean, especially with ball in hand, you should be able to figure it out. But as we know in this game, sometimes the simplest of layouts can turn very difficult. Just going to drag this over to the side rail here. He actually had less angle. So he's just going to fall nicely here. All execution from this point. Nothing really to solve. Gets himself a nice line here on the 6. And he's actually slightly on the wrong side of the 6. So he's going to have a bit of distance on his 7 ball. He doesn't want to have to shoot this to the side. He wants to play the corner. He's just trying to decide if he's going to go forward. But he needs to pass the line of the 7. Doesn't want to end up straight. Needs an angle. It looks like it's going to be going forward here. And luckily, he's got comfortable cueing. That was really his thought process there, just trying to keep himself off of that cushion. You know, the percentages go way down when you get that cue ball resting on the rail. And Fraser managing that very well. A little quick on the get down there. I mean, I'd even borderline say that was a bit rushed, but he's not going to like the result either. He needed at least another rotation on the cue ball to really try to attack this. So he's going to thin this, send the cue ball back to the bottom of the table. Touchy shot here. He doesn't really get the result. I mean, he's got distance, but Grayson capable of pocketing the 9 ball. Not the most comfortable shot. Let's see if he can make this happen. I mean, he's got the whole cue ball to see, so we can work with the cue ball. It's really just keep that bridge hand firm and deliver the cue stick. He's missed the 9. He has left it very difficult for Fraser Patrick. He's going to have to solve this one. He's got a super thin cut. I think that's what he's looking at here. A player of Fraser's caliber, capable. And he's going to nail that. What a great shot. Really nice delivery. So Fraser Patrick 4-0 now. And young Grayson just has to kind of take this in right now. I mean, he knows he's up against one of the top players. And we talked to some of the players in the event, and the idea is kind of across the board. There's probably 15 or more players that you could see winning this event. So much talent, so many top guys. And I promise you, when you see your final 16 tomorrow, you're going to say, where did these guys come from? And the only folks that are really privy to that, those that went on and see all the draws through Digital Pool, or the smart thing, which is purchase your pay-per-view pass. You can see all of the matches, pick your favorite players, and follow their journey through the event. Grayson going to break and scratch, showing a bit of frustration there, and rightfully so. Having a really tough go at this match. But Fraser Patrick, I mean, can't be mad at him. He's doing his job. Cannot be mad about that. See our on-site official expertly removing the template. Very precise maneuvering there. Really love the staff here. I'll tell you, that's massive piece of getting an event to go off without a hitch, and really just giving that professional delivery of all aspects. So many hands in play and so many pieces, and the officials are definitely a part of that. Nice opening shots there. Still got to contest with that purple 5 sitting close to the 9 ball. It looked like he was attempting to hit it earlier, but if it doesn't go, he's going to have his chance to maneuver it here. Yeah, judging by his cue ball, that does pass the 9. Yeah, look at this control. Very, very nice. Yeah, Fraser Patrick, I'll be honest with you. Watching all of these feature table matches, he's probably been the most consistent I've seen so far. Now, it looks like he's really got this table down. Perhaps it's, his style of equipment. A lot of times you got to look at that factor. Whether a player's homeroom or their home table or just the style of equipment that they're used to competing on. And that definitely plays a factor. But he's won these 5 games in not that long of a period of time. Let's say it's been just about 30, 35 minutes. Moving along very quickly. And again, just the consistency of his play, not really making a lot of errors. He's got the speed down, breaks looking pretty good. He's played a lot of nice defense. And that's really the name of the game, consistency. One ball straight to the side pocket. And is he going to get a look at this 2 ball? Of course he is. But a little tricky to take care of the 3. I mean, it does have a pocket. Most definitely goes to the top right corner. But he's headed in the wrong direction. Not sure if you can squeeze the cue ball by that purple 5 in order to pocket it in the bottom right. But he's going to take a look around. And you can see him eyeing it up, trying to see what he can do there. Well, he's made his determination. Perhaps not. He's going to take just one more look. And again, as long as he has the whole ball to see, he can stay in control, whether it's defense or offense. Just needs the whole ball to work with. And you see, he tried to force position to get underneath it, and he misses the open 2 ball. I'll tell you, Grayson really needed something like this. Hasn't really had a ton of open shots, and that can definitely get frustrating. His opponents won 5 games in a row right from the start, and he hasn't even really had a ton of openings. I was starting to second guess that 2 ball would make it to the pocket. Let's see. 3 ball going to the top corner. Kind of riding on the edge right now. Not really getting a hold of the ball. He's going to come with another really good one here. This is the shot, though. I mean, just get above that purple. And the rest of the rack is kind of easy to maneuver. Or I should say simple. Nothing ever really easy. Not a lot of cue ball movement on this one. And he's missed it. That's very surprising. You don't normally see a missed open shot like that. But that one's going to sting. It's definitely going to sting. Fraser Patrick going to gladly accept. And a very likely 6th point coming in just about a minute. Again, of all of the players that I've seen on this table, Fraser Patrick looking the most consistent, in my opinion. Really not doing anything out of line. All right, here we go. Fraser Patrick to go 6-0 ahead. And there it is. And you are watching the 2026 edition of the Bob Stocks Memorial. We're here at On Cue in Front Royal, Virginia. And if you want to watch all of those tables that we have here, just go ahead and you can either screenshot or save that QR code right there, and that'll get you access to all of the tables, all of the matches, and you can pick who you want to watch, when you want to watch. And isn't that really just what you're looking for? You don't have to be bound by the feature table. You kind of watch whichever player is your favorite. We just saw a nice one earlier, Billy Thorpe and Reggie Jackson. Billy took that one down. I believe it was 9-4, maybe 9-5. But lots of great tournament action going on around the room. All right, here we go. Grayson Vaughn. A lot of power into that break. You can see he really wanted to let out some frustration. And he's going to be devastated as that 7 ball comes in to block the 2. You know, whenever a match goes this way, you really just have to try to fade that frustration and try to keep your mind in a positive space. Just try to go out there and enjoy the experience and enjoy the roll of the ball and just try to perform. Do what you do. You know, a lot of times, up-and-coming talented players, you know, they kind of just need to get their mind in the right space and see some remarkable shots and performances from them. We've seen a little bit of that this weekend. We mentioned earlier a couple of those up-and-coming youngsters showing us that they are definitely capable players. Now we mentioned Payne McBride taking out Felix Vogel, sending him to the B side. And we see here Grayson Vaughn really trying to put it together. And he's going to go just a hair past ideal, but he's actually going to get second prize here. 3 ball goes to the bottom corner. Cinches that one in. Really like to see Grayson just finish this table out here, gain some confidence and just a touch of momentum. Man, he's going to underhit this one. So, up table, he goes. You know, you can really just feel the frustration from young Grayson. You know, in his mind, he's likely saying, I'm way better than what I'm showing here. Why can't it come out right now? And, you know, maybe it's just a discomfort with the setting. Could be, you know, the slick cloth maybe getting to him a bit, but regardless, you got to make those adjustments. And sometimes it's not the physical adjustment, sometimes it's mental. Yeah, nice defensive shot there. Well, Fraser Patrick going to have to come with the kick shot here. There's a lot of traffic over there. I do expect him to make the hit, but not sure the result. Doesn't look like there's a truly natural one-rail kick, so he's going to have to play it a bit short and spin it into the purple 5. All right, he's decided to go with a opposite side kick. He's going 2 rails at it. You know, that was very surprising that that's the avenue that he elected to go with. He misses the hit, although very close. That was the hardest way to make a contact, and he's going to give Grayson Vaughn a combination here, 5-9. Hopefully one day I'll remember that the 5 ball is now purple. Makes you wonder why they got rid of the purple 4 in the first place. And we're still looking for they, whoever they are. Well, nonetheless, Grayson Vaughn gets himself on the board. I don't want to say he's relieved, but he's definitely feeling a bit better about that. No whitewash. I mean, that's really the best you can hope for is win a game and hopefully do the same in your next inning at the table. I remember the racking sequence there. 1 in the front, 9 in the middle. The only other thing that's dictated is the blue 2 ball. Has to be either on the wing or at the base of the rack. And the rest is really placed in at random. All right, here we go. Fraser Patrick breaking. This is rack number 8. And he's up 6-1. All right, 1 ball does fall. But again, losing the cue ball just a bit. I mean, Fraser's been breaking pretty consistently. Not getting the best of looks here. Well, perhaps there's just enough. You might actually see him play a masse here, just elevate a bit. Yeah, I think he's at least entertaining it. Yeah, he's got to make sure that he contacts the ball. You know, there's a good chance that he can make this combination. Just got to swerve around it. And that's going to be a foul. It's always one of the toughest shots, you know, to judge when the ball is going to curve. You know, although it was very close, unsuccessful. All right, so Grayson, another opportunity. And right off the bat, ball in hand, he comes short. Yeah, you can tell he's definitely uncomfortable with the speed of the table, just the environment here. Yeah, very frustrating. You know, but again, I mean, these are the situations you have to go through as an up-and-comer, and really just try to fade it and keep your mind in that positive manner. I mean, that positive mental attitude adds so much to your performance. And, you know, I'm guaranteeing you that Fraser Patrick has had this experience on the receiving end, and that's built his foundation to become who he is. It doesn't happen overnight, and although most of us are impatient, you have to have that patience aspect. You got to put in the work and go through the hours and all of those trials and tribulations to get to that goal, get to that finish line. But ask any top player, they're actively working every day to get better, never complacent. It's another piece of it. Always be improving. Recognize your shortcomings and really put some focus on them. And Fraser Patrick to deposit his 7th 9-ball. And that puts him up 7-1. Again, had some agreeable weather first few days here in Front Royal. Tell you, today it's just a bit more windy, a little colder, but still pleasant. And again, if you are somewhat close to the Front Royal, Virginia area, I urge you to come down and watch some of these great players perform, whether it be today or tomorrow or both. Still plenty of tournament action to get involved in and watch. And again, I urge you to go grab yourself a pay-per-view pass. I mean, tomorrow, you're going to have the final 16 players on all 8 tables, and you can watch all of them. And if you've got the infrastructure at home, you can watch them all at the same time. I mean, I feel like if I had that set up like that, I would try to make that happen. There's a lot of, they call them pool hall junkies or, just lifers, whatever. I mean, if you can't get enough pool, imagine having the all-table pass and you set it up and you got all 8 matches on 8 screens or, just watching all of them. How cool would that be? And I'll tell you, digital pool making that happen. It's really been a special introduction over the last few years, what digital pool has done and, how they're really just integrating technology into our game of pool. Really just bringing us into the future and ushering in a new era of how to play and view professional pool and really just the way that pool rooms and pool events operate. It's really just been a crazy ride to get to where we are, and I know that the digital pool team is working very hard to add some new features and work out some kinks and really just deliver the best possible solution to pool and getting that technology integrated properly. Just really happy to see the progression. And I'm sure that this is really just the tip of the iceberg, as they say. Plenty more in the works and plenty more to come. And frankly, I'm here for it. I'm excited. So many positives and so much more coming from just pool in general. New entities getting involved and different companies really just, putting some power behind the game and, more visibility as well. Just really love to see it. I'm going to say it again. Fraser Patrick, such a consistent player in this match here. I mean, I have to say, sometimes a player's performance is affected by their opponent. And I don't mean that by the shots they play against them. I mean, it's like really just think about who you're playing. Sometimes that's helpful. Sometimes it hurts. But, just getting comfortable. If you're not fighting back, they're going to fight you harder. And they're just going to be freewheeling and having a great time. Fire the balls in the hole. And this 9-ball is going to put Fraser Patrick on the hill. 8-1 now. This is tough if you're Grayson Vaughn. Such a tough experience. All right, Fraser Patrick again on the hill and within 1 of taking this one down and continuing in the Bob Stocks Memorial. I'll tell you, it's such a nice gesture, an event like the Stocks Memorial. Just, paying homage to someone after they've passed and just honoring their legacy. And it's so nice to have, these top-class professionals, just coming to the venue and performing in his honor. Yeah, Fraser Patrick, successful break. Doesn't look like, I'm not sure. It's very close if he can make this 2. He'd have to spin it to kind of throw it in. I don't know if he's going to attack that. No, he's going to bide his time. He's going to get it close to that purple 5. One real kick still available. Oh, Grayson, really just not getting the best of it here. Fraser Patrick staying on it since rack 1. I'll tell you what, that one worked out okay for him. Nice kick shot. Find some good fortune behind the 8-ball. Now we saw Fraser miss that 2-rail kick earlier, just a few racks ago, and gave up the game to Grayson with that combination, but we're going to see how he does with this one. And you can see he's indicating he'd like to just kind of softly hit that second rail, come across the face of the blue 2-ball. He's hit that really well. But he's not going to get any coverage, and he's not going to pocket a ball, so going to pass control back to Grayson Vaughn. I mean, it's got to be very tough to get up there and just do your thing. You're trailing hill 1. But I mean, we've definitely seen players return from this type of scoreline, although very rare it's happened. And on occasion, the space in the scoreline sometimes elevates, kind of relieves the pressure, and allows you to just kind of relax and play the game. So, Grayson coming up a bit shy on this 6-ball. Now, it's not that he's really out of line, but it is a missable shot. And he takes it out, no problem. These are the shots that Grayson was trying to show us earlier. This is the real Grayson Vaughn. It's just taken 9.5 racks for us to see him. But we all know that in this game, It's really just a fragment of time. You know, each match you play, and a lot of the, back and forths, they're kind of situational, sometimes trivial. Well, it looks like Grayson Vaughn's going to have a nice run out here. And he finishes. That was a big run there. And scoreline still big gap there, 8-2. But perhaps Grayson's found some momentum, maybe a bit of motivation. Still. He is going to get a chance to break here. And Grayson did win our lag. So a chance to possibly put up another point in rack 11. You see Mr. Jeremy Sosi walking through. Likely going to get prepared for his 4 p.m. match. All right, here we go. Grayson Vaughn. This is rack 11. He's trailing 8-2. One ball square in the side. And a cue ball. Not really going to cooperate, but he's got visibility on the 2. He's made the 1 and the 3 on the break. And you see with that body language there, he's still not thrilled. Let's see if he can hold it together here. This is a tough one. He's going to get second prize. Although at second glance, he may have left just enough to touch this 2 ball. I don't know if he can make the ball, but might have left it visible. Fraser Patrick giving it a very thorough look. Look at that. Right into the pocket. And unfortunately for Grayson Vaughn, Fraser Patrick wide open in what could be the final rack of the match. He's drawn the ball just a bit far. No, still to be determined here. He can make this to the side. I don't think he wants to play the back cut from this position. Be a little extreme. Yeah, you can see his idea there. He's not really going to hit the mark. You see Grayson Vaughn happy to be back at the table. Just about 30 seconds ago, he wasn't sure he was getting another shot here. And he delivers. I'm curious. You know, was this Grayson still present? I mean, just the first 7 games, 8 games. I mean, Grayson was really just struggling and not really getting a good look at a ball. And, you know, had the match started just 2 racks ago, perhaps we'd be looking at a different scoreline. But nonetheless, it's the situation we're in as Grayson misses the 6th ball. Big frustration there. Not sure he's left a shot here on this green 6. You know, he's got options. Not sure which way he likes. But you know, just because of the fresh cloth, he might be playing this 6 ball off the back of the 8. You know, right into the rail, just brush the 8. Might even be able to just cheat the pocket, and it might just fall. And he's trying to play defense here. I mean, that was a complex thought process, and he hit it really well, but he's not going to get the coverage. And Grayson Vaughn swings for the fences. Doesn't get the cross side to happen. So, one more time, Fraser Patrick in position to win the match. 4 balls away from a 9-2 win. And that opening shot mostly seals the deal. Can never say it's over till it's over, but I can hear the fat lady warming up her vocal cords. 8-9, right in front of that bottom corner pocket. This should be it. And Grayson Vaughn out of his chair. He says, that's good. Congratulations, Fraser Patrick. And Grayson Vaughn, he's going to take this experience and try to move forward with some more positive stuff. And in just a moment, we are going to hear from Mr. Fraser Patrick. Get some of his insight. See how he's feeling out there. It's going to be with Mr. Madison Ortiz. And just before that, we're going to hear from some of our sponsors, so stand by for that. Don't go too far.
Madison Ortiz here live again with the winner, all the way from Glasgow, UK. Little ways from where we are here in On-Q Sports Bar and Grill. Frazier, what do you think it was, youth versus experience, or just everything was going your way? What are your thoughts?
He seemed to struggle with the break there. I don't know what it was. Every time I was breaking, I was getting the one, I was getting shots. He was breaking dry. A couple of times I think he got kicked on off. He just seemed to struggle with the table. Maybe, obviously that table's basically brand new compared to the other ones. That's not really been played on. So maybe just the difference in the conditions has caught him out a wee bit.
Yeah, I mean, I know the player. He's local to this area. We have that new Royal Apex cloth that's playing really good. But, it's a little fast right now, I guess, for some of the players. What are your thoughts on the cloth?
I really like it. It is fast. It's faster than the usual Simonis that they use in the matchroom events. Obviously, they've changed now to the CPBA. Slidey-wise, it's like unbelievable, especially brand new like that table is, and obviously the clean balls. They polish the balls for every match here, so the conditions are really good.
So what's next? Who do you have next on the hit list for you, sir? You're kind of I guess you're like the dark horse. You're kind of quietly sneaking up, Mr. 773 Fargo. I don't know, man. Is this your time?
We'll find out this week, but I've got the UK Open, I've got the Scottish Open, which is literally a club in McGoldrick's, which is 2 miles from my house. So I've got that, the close to end of May, then the UK, then I'm back into America for the Florida, the Arizona, and the US as well in July, August. So quite a busy schedule.
Pretty busy, and I got a chance to meet your wife, Nicola, lovely young lady. Does it always help when you have her with you?
She tries to calm me down. That doesn't always work, but she's good. It's good to have someone here. Pass.
Okay, good. I got to send it back to Ship to Cast, Mike DeMarco. Mike, giving it back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Madison Ortiz, and of course our winner, Fraser Patrick. And we're going to be back with a winner's side match, Boris Ivanovsky, Yannick Pongers. And it looks like those players are going to be warming up, and that match starting at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so just about 45 minutes away. So stand by for that, and we'll be back in just a bit.
Well, it's always the thought of get out when you're supposed to get out. And my first thought was, this looks like a pattern that I played 1,000 times. I'm supposed to get out, just make sure I get out. And that's what I was thinking the entire time. So,
Your cue ball seemed really good on that last set. It was perfect pinpoint placement each time. Is that a testament to this World Apex CPBA cloth that you're playing on?
It really is. In the beginning, it's a little sensitive, a little slippery, which is, can be a very good thing. But as the matches go by, my cue ball is starting to listen a lot easier. And, it's forcing me to be a little more steady, which is a really good thing. And absolutely love the cloth, man. It's great. Yep.
How do you like the venue so far? I think your next match is at 6. What are you going to do?
I'm going to go back here and watch a little bit about what's going on with the stream and listen to Freezer on the commentary and Mike DeMarco, and maybe get some lunch before I eat, a late lunch. Love the venue, On Cue Sports Bar and Grill. Cole and Danielle are incredible people, and, shout out to them, man. I love this venue.
Excellent, excellent. Well, he said it. I'm going to send it back to Ship to Cash, Mike DeMarco, and the Freezer Scott Frost. See you soon.
All right. Thank you very much, Madison Ortiz and Brandon Schuff. Congratulations to Brandon on his last win. What a way to close that one out. Perfect run out, and great things to hear about that CPBA cloth. Looks like our players are just about getting ready to begin. And we've got a nice one here. This is a winner side match. Boris Ivanovsky and Yannick Pongers going to be coming at you in just a minute. Still racing to 9. And just looking for the cue from our on-site official there. And I'll tell you, don't forget, we're going to get down to our final 16 players at the conclusion of play today. And, boy, what a field we've had. Again, we've seen some upsets throughout the event, but, of course, the cream usually rising to the top, per usual. Well, what a great group of players we have here. And it does look like they are about to begin. All right, here we go. Yannick Pongers and Boris Ivanovsky. Again, fighting to get through to that final second stage single elimination final 16. And it does look like Yannick is going to come up with the first break here. And if you are just joining us, you are watching the 2026 Bob Stocks Memorial 2026 edition. We're here live at On Cue in Front Royal, Virginia. And I'm Mike DeMarco from Ship to Cash. And joining me, the Freezer, Scott Frost. Scott, how are you doing, brother?
What's up, Mikey? How are you? Thanks for having me, bud. This will be a good match. Good match.
Yeah, I think both players definitely staying very solid. And, I've actually had some time to spend with Boris. And a couple weeks ago, we're at the WNT over in New York. And, that young man, he's definitely putting in a ton of time on the table. He had some challenge matches, played every event available to him, weeklies, the WNT tour stop as well. So really looking forward to that. And Yannick Pongers definitely tearing through the World 9-Ball Tour, making a name for himself. And looks like he's just about ready to break off here. It looks like the stage is set. Let's get right into it. Yannick Pongers.
Yeah, and you see there just a little short with the one. Obviously got a ball down, but he is buried behind the purple 5. He will be forced to roll out. And the rollout, he will call that. The referee will acknowledge wherever he decides to go. It will be his opponent's option to take it from where it lies or return to the guy that rolled out. So we'll see where he goes here. I don't mind going at the 2, but you want to keep that cue ball somewhere on the rail. I don't think pushing to a jump shot is the move here. So it's still tricky, even leaving an open ball. Yeah. This one you would have to think about just a little due to the layout. I don't see any real easy cover. You could try to lay up behind the 8. Maybe bank it back down past the purple and go towards the 6, but that line's funny. You might get this back. It's so awkward. Yeah, and he did get it back. He's going to trim the left side of it here. Watch the lower left corner, trying to go all the way up or just hold. Always tough, Mike. It was always tough.
Yeah, it looks like he gave it his best. I mean, doesn't really have so many offensive options. I mean, he could bank it to him, send it up table, but not sure how Boris is feeling. Looks like he could lay up behind the 6 and the 7. Just got to watch where that cue ball hits into that 7. Good scratch here.
He chose the distance. I don't blame him, but there's a pretty big wall there. There's a couple of big walls, the 8 and the 9. You could send the cue ball towards the 7. You could just play the one up past the right side. If you're going to play that way, you've got to get it past the side. It's still kind of a naked ball, that 8-9, so it's a little tricky. He chose to go side rail to side rail, which is something a lot of players overlook. This isn't going to work out, but the position on the 2 is near impossible, so I don't know if he even takes this on. Cross side readily available. He could use the 8 and 9 once again. Yeah, just sending the 1, 2 rails up somewhere around the 2 and the 3, ideally. Yeah, there's a good look. It's probably going to be the jump cue. It looks like the bumblebee might be in the way. This view tells me something different, though. It's hard to tell. Does he have a gap? Pongers is a tall, linky guy. He has really come on in the last year. I believe Mike Boris, I'm not trying to put you on the spot here, but I think Boris has won a European tour. I was trying to get some information on him. I'm not real familiar with him on the tour, but I think he plays quite well.
Yeah, I mean, Boris is definitely a solid player. I'm not sure about his, his victories in recent times. But yeah, I mean, both of these guys have played, I think, most of the events. Both WNT professionals, of course. But looks like he is going to the air here, Scott.
Really good control. I like the way he hit it. He's obviously playing the bank. He didn't overpound that ball. This is actually trickier than it looks to get up to the 2. On the new cloth, the cue ball tends to want to arc somewhere around that 9 ball area, so you don't want to overhit this ball. Nice and smooth. And he's going to cut it pretty thin. Very well done. I don't know if he's lost Whitey up in the right, though. The 6 and 7 are the problem. Looks like the carom plays. Yeah, using all the pocket there just to get a little bit more angle. Both of these guys are very tall, huh, Mike? This young man seems tall. I guess we've just not seen him a lot towards the later stages of some of the majors on the WNT, but obviously a great player. He's got to be 6'3" or better, right?
Oh, absolutely. When I stand next to Boris, I can't help but feel the back of my neck tighten up. Definitely a tall player, and that definitely helps out reaching across these 9-foot tables. Give him a little bit of an extra reach advantage. And for the record, these guys were eating lunch together a few times. I think they might even be rooming together, so this is a friendly battle.
Yeah, that's good information. I've always said being tall when you're young and playing professional pool is great. When you get a little older, though, being tall and playing professional pool isn't always the best. You can start to have back problems, pinched nerves, all types of different things can start to take place. That's why I feel like the Filipinos can play a little bit longer than most American players and a lot of the Europeans. Got awkward here. He's going away from the 8 now unless he decides to go to the upper right corner with the green 6. The only problem there is, does that implement the left side pocket? Might have to elevate, actually. Let's see what he's got in mind. Yeah, the problem with playing it in this lower left corner is there's really no position granted or guaranteed. The upper right corner, you're going to get a pretty good look on the 8 unless he decides to pound this to the upper left. I like what he's doing. Yeah, he's just trying to get it to the top. Didn't feel like the angle was there, but I don't know. He didn't like which way he was going to either corner. It tells me the side pocket was at play for the scratch if he was going to the upper right. Mikey, he could take this bank on this equipment.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the players are a little bit more loose with the banks. We saw Billy Thorpe just a few matches ago. He took on a couple of those long way banks, and he was draining them. So, the slick cloth accepting the banks rubbing on the rail just a bit on the way in. So, I mean, not a lot of places to hide here either, Scott. So, I kind of like him taking this on.
Yeah, I don't know, really. I mean, I don't know what other option. I think if the defensive play is as difficult as the offensive, I think you've got to stay aggressive to the lower right here and maybe swing out. Or is he going to the... Yeah, it was the lower right, which is now the lower left. And he hit it super clean. Zero body movement. Little surprised he chose the low inside there. He's going to be fine.
And there it is. Yannick Pongers takes rack number 1, and I'll be honest, that was a lengthy first rack. Not the normal pace we've seen in most of the games here, but he does get it done. And nice bank shot to close that out. Boris was in control most of the end of that rack, but Yannick gets the job done. I'm sure that might be a sign of things to come. And I want to remind our audience that if you'd like to watch all of these great matches, you can choose which match you want to watch. And all you got to do is head on over to the Digital Pool All Table Pass for the on-cue venue. You can see the QR code on your screen right now, and you can just screenshot that. It will take you to that destination. You can choose which match you'd like to watch and when. And again, we've got plenty of action today, all through till tomorrow night. And here we go. Boris Ivanovsky breaking rack 2. He's down 1-0.
Yeah, the 9 got big action there. The 1 rifling into the side. I like what I see on the break shot. I think he got a pretty big kiss. That's why the cue ball finished low. But other than that, I can see why he can do some damage. That break shot is real solid. I think I saw Rodney Morris in a camera view just a second ago. I'd love to see him do well in this event. One of my old running mates, and gambled with each other and on each other and every which way. I can't tell here. Can he get? Yeah, I don't know, Mike, if he can get enough to just bank the 2 back between the purple and the 9, kind of just kill the cue ball up top. I don't know about it. He's looking to roll out.
I'll tell you, it looks like he might be a little bit thin to hit that 2 ball as full as he'd like to bank it out. So I think he might be pushing out here. Not sure exactly where he'd be pushing to, but I don't think he's going to take the 2 on from this position. And to answer your question, that is the Rocket Rodney Morris on site. And a friend of mine as well, and glad to have him in the building. Still has yet to lose a match.
Good to hear. He's looking to tie the 7 up to the 8. Probably going to get this back. He's left a kick. Yeah, he's going to get it back. Yeah, is he looking at the 2-rail line? A lot of good things can happen from here. But you really got to split that window between the purple and the 9, right? So you want to catch the 2 full from the backside. Plus, you've got to carry the speed to get to a rail. You know, he caught a piece of the 9. I think that saved the day. Mike, how many players did you guys start with in this event?
So we started with 63 players overall. And
Nice.
again, by the end of today, we will be down to the final 16. And that will be the single elimination redraw. And that is a second stage of the event. So all players had 2 lives to start. And from what I understand, the races will increase. We'll be going up to race to 11 and then up to 13 at the end.
Yeah, I don't know if Ponger's miscued there because the cue ball still got in the air or if he just completely let up on the swing. And we see the 7 and 8 that was tied up. He's going to disturb the piece there right now. Love to be able to just go straight into the 8. And that's going to carry position on the 4. Yeah, okay, he's gotten away with that. Maybe a little flatter than I'd expected on the angle there. Just going to take the steep on the green to the upper right. Does want to either come below or above the 9. We'll know by the way he cues the ball. Most likely going to be below it, I think. I don't see him digging on this much. Yeah. Well done. Okay, that's where these pockets will get you, Mike, right? If you catch the outside of it a little too full or a little too firm, especially firm, they're going to hold up.
Yeah, I think the pockets, although they are forgiving with the slippery cloth, you're right about that. Balls can still hang up in that way. But I'll tell you, seems like Boris has been doing a lot of work early on in these first 2 racks, and Yannick kind of picking up the change towards the end. And this would be a big advantage here, as he'd be going up 2-0 and coming with the break in rack number 3, as he was the winner of the lag. So big miss there for Boris. And it looks like Yannick is going to make that 9-ball happen. Drains it, so 2 ahead now, as Boris kind of letting it slip right around the 7-ball in both of those racks, with just a couple of balls remaining on the table. So both racks, similar result. And again, Yannick Pongers having the advantageous position, being the breaker, and of course with the lead. But still, great play from both players. And going to be getting down to 16 players in just a few hours. Remember, every 2 hours on the hour, we'll be delivering another match in the event to you. And we've got a couple of great ones lined up for you. All right, here we go. Yannick Pongers. This is rack number 3. He's up 2-0. Let's see how the break looks.
Okay, this is going to be dry as a bone, I believe, yeah. And you'll notice the layout after a break when the hit's just a little missed or a little bit off, maybe the timing off. It seemed like he was real quick forward with the swing there. It's not the normal layout if you're making a 1 or making another ball, but that's typically a result of a miss hit. He was just short with the 1, but believe me, that's still a miss hit in these guys' eyes oftentimes. Playing to get somewhere center table for the cross side on the blue 2. Yeah, I don't believe he could have fallen any better than that. The speed is going to shorten that ball up so much. I thought he would just hit it fairly easy. The cue ball was going to do the work into the 6 and the 4. So a little surprised at how quick he hit it. Felt like he would just float that in with a high outside ball. He was always tracking to the 6, which would have opened everything up. You'll notice the Fargo difference. I'm not saying it's a big deal, but a 739, Ivanowski, Pongers a 773. When we cover these guys on the tour, I just feel like I'm talking quite a bit more about Pongers. Now, that doesn't mean anything. Ivanowski could be at his level or better. I don't know for certain, but if he's played a lot of the majors, we just haven't covered him as much. Got a little thin here, Mike. Just going to have to track back and forth.
Yeah, Scott, as you said, I mean, both of these players, regulars on the tour. But Yannick Pongers finding a bit more success, especially as of late. But speaking of success, he makes the purple 5-ball, but the 6-ball going to be tricky here. Scott, I'm not sure, but I think he's going to thin this one and just head up table with the cue ball. What do you think?
He's so close to it. Yeah, he could definitely do what you're talking about. I think that's the only play, really, is just to create that distance. He'd love to glue the cue ball to the top rail or the short rail up top. This requires a very thin hit, though. A little firm. Yeah, you see where his cue was. Maybe a two-way here to the upper left corner. Potentially, you could use the backside of the 9, still get a look at the 7. He's looking at the upper right. Wow, that's interesting. I feel like the upper left is a lot better play here. Maybe he thinks he can backdoor behind the 7 this way. All along, he was just trying to get the cue ball up there. I was a little surprised. Yeah, really good transition.
Right, and there you have it. Yannick Pongers making it happen once again. You know, I'm starting to see repetition here, Scott. It seems as though we have a similar pattern in these racks. Right around the 7 ball, Boris passing control back over to Yannick. You know, it's just,
Yeah, no kidding.
yeah, it's just, it seems like, you know, right around that time, looked like Boris was trying to thin that ball and play safe and didn't really hit it as thin as he needed to. Kind of liked your idea with the bank to the top left corner, going in the opposite direction. I think he did have the backdoor safety there. But nonetheless, hopefully Boris is taking those things in and making those mental adjustments. Otherwise, Yannick looks like he's going to walk away with this one. Again, 3-0 now. Boris coming up to break. And again, we are still racing to 9. And remember, both of these players are still undefeated, so neither has a loss just yet.
Yeah, let me ask you, Mike, is it once we're to the final 16, does it lengthen the race single elimination from there, or is it true double all the way through?
No, it's, the final 16 stage is single elimination, and I do believe that we increase to race to 11. And don't quote me on this, but the last event we saw, they actually swapped from alternate break to winner break in that final 16, so we might see the same here.
Okay, good stuff. And look at this break shot. That was incredibly good stuff. We both might be able to get out from this position. Might. He's got options. He can go to the side, but really don't have to. He's going to choose the side. The only reason we talk about that is you can limit your cue ball movement. Anytime you limit your cue ball movement going to the corners, there's obviously a little less room for error, or a little easier, or making less errors. But he is going to get on the board, fighting some type of miracle here.
Boris Ivanovsky answers back, still trailing 3-1, but he lets his opponent know that he is still here. And I'll tell you, that break shot, if you could bottle that up, Scott, I feel like you could be a billionaire. I think he made 10 out of 9 balls on the break, wide open. Really simple run out there. A lot of power in there as Rodney Morris walks by again. Again, these are all winner side matches that are playing right now. So, again, if you'd like to see all of those other matches with the likes of the Rocket Rodney Morris, Go ahead and purchase your pay-per-view pass through Digital Pool. And you can pick and choose which matches you'd like to watch and when. And of course, we'll continue to deliver that one featured table here. And here it is, Yannick Pongers, rack number 5. He's still up 3-1. Here we go.
Yeah, short again with the 1. And look at this, married to the back of the purple 5. Once again, this is a replay of game number 1. Pongers, there is no question from what I've seen so far, at least in this match, is taking a little bit the worst of it in the break shot. Boris, it's definitely a strong suit of his. The scoreline doesn't show it, but from what I see, Boris has got a little bit better break shot. He's forced to roll out here, no question. I'm thinking somewhere towards that third diamond just below the left side. Yeah, somewhere in that area. He wants to stay a little lower than the third diamond to alleviate the cross side, right? That's the only thing he doesn't want to do is leave an easy cross side. You could push out to the jump, but the problem is, your accuracy diminishes so much once the cue heads up to the air. I don't mind this. It's not the worst, but if he makes the 1, talking Pongers, he's going to have a pretty good bank on the 2. Looking at the rollout there. What about just laying the green 6 on the bottom rail and leaving distance on the 1? I don't think you can tie the 6 and 3 up. That's not going to work. He's really gambling here. Ponger's going to take this. He's already out of his chair. Unless he leaves the jump. Yeah, Ponger's going to shoot here. Tighter table. I think this is a good decision. Here he's a pretty heavy favorite, I believe, to bury the 1. As long as, Mike, he's not trying to send the cue ball 26 rails.
Well, looks like he was trying to come with some power, but he's going to find some fortune there. Making the 1 ball into the 3. And we got our visitor Rodney once more. But I'll tell you, Yannick's been coming with some power shots there. And I think, he's kind of outclassing his opponent a little bit here after the break. But tale still to be told.
Yeah, it looked like he was just trying to stun it and still keep the cue ball for the bank. And he just didn't feel comfortable rolling it. He's really good with the inside ball. He loves that low inside ball. That's a nice weapon to have in your arsenal, because a lot of players will avoid that ball. Doesn't want to get flat here. Used all of the pocket. Yeah, he's looking very solid. I don't see too many fumbles from Pongers. going forward. Long open bridge. Earl Strickland and I were just talking about that. He's stunned at how many of these young players are using power with an open bridge. And the reason he's talking about that is that the cue oftentimes when you're using power with the open bridge is it'll come out of your hand prior to contact at times. But that's just how good these guys are technically.
And how about that? Ponger's coming through one more time. Going to bring his lead 3 games ahead, 4-1 now. And Ivanovsky really hasn't just gotten a hang of this table just yet. Tell you, I mean, we mentioned he has a really strong break, but just can't get through these racks just yet. I mean, I believe this is Boris's first match on this feature table. Same for Pongers, but not sure exactly how this match is going to conclude, but Boris needs to figure it out. Trailing 3 games right now. And we're going to see that monster break of his right now. Let's see if he can repeat the success we saw earlier.
Yeah, he's got this break dialed in, and here comes the 2 for another look. I tell you what, those first couple of games that you touched on that he turned over on the 7 ball, he'd like to have those back, but I do not put him out of this match by any means if he continues to break balls like this, because Ponger's still struggling, and really we know that's where it's at. Now, alternate break format, Ponger's obviously got a pretty big advantage from here, but things can change quickly.
And you mentioned that earlier, Scott, talking about some of the stats between the alternate break versus the winner break format, and them being virtually identical or very similar. So, as you mentioned, I wouldn't count Boris out of this match by any means. You know, whenever you're playing a professional, you can never really count them out until the match has concluded. So, looks like Boris has a nice table to work with here. Maybe get some momentum behind him, build some confidence on the equipment. Really let that back arm get loose a bit.
Yeah, this is a little tricky, right? He wants to suck up the long rail here. So he's got to catch this a bit full. Now he's done really well there. Really well. Now he's got a little more work to do. The green 6 is troubled up by the 8. I think if he could get to the top side pocket there, anywhere around there, he can chip the green 6 in, and that's kind of what he's looking at from where he can manage on the top side of the table there. The angle, though, it doesn't tell me that he's got a lot of room to get over there.
He's going to explore some options, it looks, but not really a ton of them. Alternatively, if you can't just get to the right side of the table, perhaps just send the 6 around the rails, stay behind the 8.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure he can cut it from anywhere over there by the side pocket. Oh, yeah, he had an angle to just draw back. He's overcooked it, though. Immediately going to the safe. The distance, probably going to use the 9 here. I don't know that he can hit it thin enough to use the 7 and 8. And he's left a look.
You know, we've seen Yannick play this shot earlier. You know, really good with thinning the ball, so if he chooses to shoot something in a similar fashion, he's up for the task.
This is kind of what I was touching on earlier, the side rail to side rail. Even if you leave a look, oftentimes, especially on the tighter equipment, oftentimes this is much trickier than it looks, because you're either forced to take on the bank And the defensive play is never really that easy.
Yeah, Boris
It's
not always
often
going to that.
overlooked.
I'm sorry, Scott. Boris not really looking like he wants to be the aggressor in the shooting situations. He's really just reverting to the defense most of the times, and we saw that kind of bite him in the first couple of games there, giving control back to Pongers, right around that 7-ball portion of the racks. So perhaps Boris needs to put some aggression into these racks and start shooting the ball.
That's the thing. He's forced to bank at it. That's the good news. And on the forgiving pocket, it's a lot easier to take on versus something real tight. But it can be effective side rail to side rail. Blind ball to the upper left, but he's going to bury this.
Boris changing the pace just a bit, closes the gap to 4-2 now. And ironically, as we mentioned, perhaps wanting to see Boris shooting a little more in the later parts of the rack. He's forced to play the bank, and it brings him another point on the board. So perhaps he did make that mental adjustment. So nice job there for Boris Ivanovsky.
You get the feeling this is long from over with the break difference in these two, Mike.
And looks like Yannick not really phased. Kind of just going about his business. We're going to see if he's made an adjustment on the break. He hasn't had the greatest of results. Well, here we go, rack number 7. And Pongers still leads 4-2.
Yeah, and the adjustment just hasn't been made. He's even shorter now, which tells me he's catching them thinner, but you'll notice when he gets down to break the balls, he's just really quick. It's not like he's putting a lot of time into the break shot, where where Ivanowski is really buckling down. We know that it's the most important shot of the rack. He's just going to lay him up behind the 5 or the 7 here. I feel like the cross corner's pretty good. He's definitely got a piece of this. Yeah, and that was by design. Pretty clever there, coming off the 7. I don't think he got him, though. There's a good look. Does he have the upper right corner, Mike?
Yeah, it looks like he definitely can get to the 1 ball. Not sure if he has to maybe spin the ball just a bit, but looks like he has the whole ball to work with. Not sure if it's available to cut in. But he's definitely got the ball to hit.
Yeah, pretty fortunate he caught the inside of the 9 there. Could have gone sideways real quickly. Put his hand up in apology. Looking to come twice behind the 1. Not a lot of room for cover here. But he's thinned it, and that'll Really get the job done. Yeah, this is messy. Can he kick behind the one just using the long rail? You've got that wall with the 6, 9, and 4. Not very friendly. Yeah, what do you do here? I mean, you really got no way to get at the 1 unless you want to take a chance. He's trying to do something with the 3 and just knock it up. Ball in hand now for Ivanowski. Looking at the 1 off the 6 potentially, Mike, into the 4.
Yeah, it seems like a reasonable option there, but I think he's thinking something else here, and not really sure his thought process. I like your shot. You can just kind of shoot into the 1 ball, play it off the 4, right into the 4. So
Yeah,
he's just going to thin it.
it as well. Yeah. This is going to make things tough. Real tough. Got to go at the hit here. He's on 1, playing 3 foul. If you don't go at the hit here, you're dead. He's going to do the same thing to you. So you got to take a chance now to open him up or make a good hit. He's going to have to spin real tight out of the lower right corner 1 rail. If he can, just get to the long rail. Boy, he can't. Is he looking to catch a piece of the 1 here and make the 9? Boy, this is going to be close. Wow, what an effort. Yeah, this tells me the 1 doesn't pass the 9 because it's pretty automatic to the 2 if you could just swerve the 1 in. There's a good look. Wow. He is back. Ivanowski.
How about that combination? And Ivanovsky's defensive efforts now coming to his aid, but brings the match now just within 1. Scott, we've got a match now. Got a 1-point difference. And again, racing to 9 here. Still plenty of time for either player to get there. And I'll tell you, just a reminder, both of these players have not lost a match yet. And they're trying to make their way to that single elimination final 16. And that's going to begin tomorrow. But again, both players still with 2 lives at this stage of the event. So a loss would not mean an early exit from the tournament. It would just mean that they've had to play just a bit more pool to get into that final 16.
Yeah, there's just no question about this break shot. It's one of the better break shots as far as the consistency, and he's really getting into it quite well. Be careful here. A lot of people would mark that cue ball. Well done. natural out towards the middle. Just steer clear of the 7. It's got the extension. All is good. Wants to be a little conscious of the green 6. Carry some type of an angle, whether you stay above it or get a little bit below it. He's going to stay above it. I don't blame him. That'll mean the green 6 plays to the lower right. Wow, he chose an inside ball. And now he's got to avoid the 9 and the 7 to the upper left. Thought he would just come one rail up towards the middle left side of the table. He tried to come inside the 9 there, and that's what's created a little bit of a problem. He's hit it really nice. Really nice. Trouble evaded. Yeah, it's been the break shot, Mike. That's the difference, right? Ponger's breaking dry 2 of the 4 times at minimum.
Yeah, and it seems as though Boris has kind of worked himself into familiarity with the equipment, if you will. Early on, he was losing the cue ball just a little bit, but as you said, it seems like he's worked himself into it, and the break shot definitely coming to his aid. Really powerful break from Ivanovsky. And with the deposit of these 2 here, Boris would be tying us up 4 games apiece. And we just remember a short time ago, he was down by 3 games. So Boris coming back 3 games in a row to tie us up. There we go, 44 on the scoreboard. Definitely having ourselves a battle here. These players, again, still undefeated, but both all still have their 2 lives left. So, and not all that added pressure just yet. As we know, when the players on the B side are in the single elimination stage, sometimes that pressure can mount, and they know that they're fighting to stay in the event. So perhaps just a bit more comfort from these guys. And here we go. Rack number 9. And Pongers to break. We're tied up 4 games apiece.
Okay. The 1 is down. A big clutter up top here. He's finally made the 1, and now that's how it works, right? With this 9 on the spot, it never fails. You work to finally bury the 1, and now you've got nothing. He's going to shave the right edge. It's a clean hit. It's not as easy as it looks. He's going to leave a look at the 2, but It's not easy to catch that two very thin. Is he just trying to use the 8 here? Is he banking it all the way down? Yeah, it's going to be the 8. Well done. Very well done. He's actually tied the 3 and 4 up a little bit more. Can he cross-side this? Oh, he might be straight in. The overhead just fooling me. Okay, it is the cross side. And you're just going to float this up. Speed was real good there, I believe. Going to the top rail. It's a big ball. There's a chance of making this. Does the 3-4 play, Mike?
You know, he's looking at it, but I don't know if you're going to be able to pocket the ball. Looks like the round 7 might be blocking that exact line. It's very tight, Scott. Very tough to tell. But we're going to find out right now. I think maybe.
Yeah, he's lost this in the upper right. He let up on the swing. Did he get away with it? He has. Wow.
I'd like to have more of the cue ball here, Scott. I know he can just play the 3 ball forward, but he looks like he is eyeing up the combination as you specified, so perhaps it is on.
Oh, he's gotten away with this as well. He was playing the 4. He was trying to go rail first to cut the 3 a little bit more. He has gotten away with murder there. Pongers probably still get a piece of the 3 to use the 4 here. I don't know. I mean, I was just like perplexed at what he was doing there. There's a gap between the 7 and 8 going to the right long rail. And a lot of good things can happen. You catch the bottom side of the 3, you can find cover. You catch the top side of the 3, you can find cover. In the worst case scenario, you just catch it fat. You're probably going to leave something on, but you got to make a good hit here. Bides him some time. Most likely going to try to tuck below the pink here. You could use the 7. I like the pink 4 because you can hit the 3 with a little more pace back and forth to the top rail or the bottom rail as we see it. Yeah, I don't believe he was trying to stay above the 4 there, but he created the distance. Yeah, really well struck. I mean, really well struck. The kick and stick. Notice the speed at which he hit it. That's how you hold the cue ball. It's not power. A little bit of cat and mouse here, Mike.
Yeah, poor effort there. Thought Yannick was going to come with something a bit better than this. But Boris definitely has the whole ball to work with and a few options here. But, I mean, so far, we've got a pretty even back and forth. Pongers early on and Boris in the last few.
I feel like he's got a cross side or a look to the side here with the 4 where it's at. Boy, he's passive. He's got fortunate he connected with the 9. Otherwise, he's going to have some type of look on the 3. Yeah, long jump here.
It's surprising the time to set up and then the execution in just 2 seconds there. I don't want to say it was rushed, but maybe a bit hasty there. Perhaps some frustration after giving up his 3-game lead.
Yeah, I guess it's going to be the 3-ball combination. Oh, he's just using the 9 again. Very, very passive. Very passive. I still don't feel like you've got the upper hand from this position. Even jumping the ball is not the worst, but he can see a piece of it. So a couple of decisions there that for me are a little bit questionable when you've got balls kind of laying over the pocket. Not saying the triple combination was easy, but all you really had to do was cut a little bit of the 5. And the 3 was right there. Okay, looking to edge the left side of the 3. Go back up behind the 8. Kind of falling into this, man, we talk about it often, this mode where you're just real passive. It's not the worst being elevated over the 7 by any means. Yeah, it was always a big ball, wasn't it? Now, and the 3 falls. Now it's triple tough on the 4 unless he wants to take the bank on.
Yeah, it looks a little deceiving here. I feel like he can just cut this in here, Scott.
Yeah, sorry, Mike. Did you say cut it in?
Yeah. I feel like the line might be a bit deceiving. I feel like you can just cut this ball in.
Yeah, it's possible. Absolutely. With that distance, I don't know how new this cloth is, but with fresh cloth, it's real tricky if you decide to spin it. But Probably very possible. I just can't tell the angle really. But if he feels he can chop it in, then that's what you do. Oh, well, it was pretty easy, Mike. Good call. I figured if he's going to cut it with a flat ball, I figured he might just use a little more speed. Tough to judge when you're rolling it, but I figured he might just pound it and take his chances on the 5. That was a good call. There was no question he could cut it.
Yeah, and you're right about the speed there. Hitting it at that slow speed, kind of dragging it into the top of the jaw, that corner pocket, and kind of hanging up there. So Boris now with an opportunity to take the lead for the first time.
Yeah, we talk about those swings and momentum. And like I said, Pat Fleming with AccuStats 45 years or whatever it was, and he told me, and I believe him, I didn't see the numbers, but he told me in the alternate break format, it was almost identical as winter break format as far as the comeback ratios. You wouldn't think that, but when momentum swings, that's really what it's all about. If you, he didn't mean to run into the 9. If you think about it, Mike, I don't know how many matches you've had in alternate break or how much you play, but I've probably lost as many alternate break matches as I have lead, right? It just seems to happen when that momentum swings. Funny things happen. You don't make a ball to break, you get kissed in, and now the pressure's on you, you miss a ball, you make a mistake. Funny things start to happen.
Yeah, I can agree to that, but, it's still racking my brain that the stats would be identical, but, the numbers don't lie. They never will. But in this case, we are still in the alternate break format, and, we are tied up here. We all know that each match is kind of situational and on occasion trivial, so whatever happens here might not happen next time should the two players match up again. But right now, definitely have a battle on our hands and momentum on the side of the tall German, Mr. Ivanovsky. And as I say it, overcutting the shot and finds its way to bank in. What do you think of that one, Scott?
Yeah. I don't know how that ball turned back so much to the corner. It looked like he missed it by a country mile. He feels guilty about it, but this is 9 ball.
It would have been a nice shot in one pocket as well.
Yeah, no question. No question. Oh, really good there. Nice touch.
And he's going to arrive perfect on this 9 ball. And this is going to give Boris his first lead of the match. So a little bit of good fortune on that missed 7 ball. Crossing it over. Perhaps he's getting in a little bit of that one pocket practice. I know he doesn't play the game often, but perhaps after that shot, get into it. And it's my favorite game, and I'm almost positive it's your favorite as well, Scott.
Yeah, no question.
Well, what a shot that would be to pull out in the middle of a one-pocket set, but we are playing 9 ball, and it does count here, so Boris ahead 5-4. And again, we are racing to 9. Winner's side match here. As Boris grabs himself a beverage and prepares to break off in rack number 10. And as we've gone through this match, we've noticed Ivanovsky with a much more successful and powerful break. And if that continues, perhaps the tables have turned. Here we go. Rack 10.
Yeah, we've seen it over and over. The one like it had eyes. and the layouts have been quite good. And that's typically how it is, right? When you make the one on the break, it doesn't really matter what ball you have next. You kind of have a look on every one of them if it was the one. And that's just what happens when you're hitting the ball good on the break shot. Now, I don't know if he has to come over and across or out towards the middle here. The problem with the middle is you're going to take a chance at going into the 6 when you cut the 3, but he's going to take a chance now going into the 4. It's a little dangerous, but this is something he's going to feel. It's all preference. No, he accidentally, I think, caught the 9. He was definitely going at the bottom ball, but once again, momentum and things start to go your way. You get a little more confidence in the swing. You start to get good results. That's what happens.
Yeah, momentum definitely on Boris's side here. A couple of fortunate bumps, and of course that spectacular bank on the 7 to finish up the previous rack. But like you said, sometimes when momentum's on your side, it just kind of carries you through these racks along with your skill and your talents.
He's landed real thin here. Did not want to have to play defense in this position. I think you've got to attack to the corner. Got to get the extension. It is natural just wrapping around 4 rails onto the purple. You could even stay behind, come out in front of it. This is optional. Yeah, he chose to stay behind it. He's finished real well. And you see Yannick Pongers right there in the backdrop. It does not look extremely positive under the circumstances. Mike was just alluding to it, that they're pretty good friends. They're rooming together. That's always tricky as well.
Yeah, that's got to be a factor, at least somewhere in the deep, dark corners of your mind, whether it's on the front end or not, but playing a friend or someone you've been spending the week with, there's got to be a mental distraction in there sometimes. But you got to just fade that stuff and just do your job. Just put the balls in the hole and try to get to that winner's circle as Ivanovsky arrives on the 8-9. And what a run this is. From down 4-1, now looking to be up 6-4. A 5-game run there. And Boris kind of taking control of the match and definitely showing that he's gotten more comfort on the equipment here. So, Scott, perhaps we have a swing here and maybe Boris runs away with this. There we have it. 6-4 now. What a swing in this match. And you can actually tell right now, just in the body language, Boris, he's a tall man. And he is moving very quickly, running to put his score up and getting back to the chair. And usually that's a telltale sign that you get that pep in your step and you got that confidence. So let's see how Yannick continues through here, but can kind of see it. Not thrilled, Yannick Pongers. And still struggling with the break, so still trying to figure out if he's going to make that correct adjustment or not, but still has yet to do so. All right, here we go. Rack 11. Ivanovsky leaves 6-4.
No, and that's a much better hit. And as luck would have it, he catches a kiss off the top of the 6 or the 4. Not sure which one. But once again, I touch on it. And I'm not saying that this is the case. I never saw the numbers, but momentum swings. It doesn't matter what the break format is. If the momentum swings, things just start to navigate in your direction. I mean, Ivanowski missed the 7 by a long shot, fluked it into the upper right corner. All types of little things happening. Pongers finally makes a really nice strike on the break shot, catches a little flick, scratching into the side. I've always said it's like the balls know who's winning.
Definitely heard that phrase before, Scott. And right now, that man is Boris Ivanovsky. And lots of momentum on his side.
Yeah, it chose to use all the pocket there. It was much tighter than we probably thought. Took the distance on the 4, no issues. Anywhere out in the center is fine. He'd like a little angle on the 5, though, where he doesn't have to deal with the 7. I wouldn't chance missing this with a loaded up inside ball, though. Yeah, does he have enough angle to just pound out one rail? Really don't want to catch a piece of the 7, or is he dead straight where he can just draw back? That'll work. It's even better. Okay, chose the pound out. Well done. And you can see in his body language the confidence really starting to build. I don't think he's too concerned about his roommate. Pongers, you've got to snap out of it.
I like the way you put that, Scott. He says he's not concerned with his roommate. Well, I'll tell you what, perhaps maybe he owes some dinner or something like that, but Boris definitely not considering anything other than that finish line. And you can just see the swift movements of Boris right now. Very different from the early stages of this match. Seemed very slow-moving and kind of timid to get through this table here, but definitely moving along nicely. Ends up a little off on this 9-ball. Still should be okay. But this would be 6 games in a row here for Ivanovsky. As we started this one 4-1 for Yannick Pongers. And with the deposit of this 9-ball, now we see Ivanovsky goes up 7-4. What a turnaround here. Turn of events, and Boris Ivanovsky really making a statement here, letting everyone know who he is. And if you want to know who everyone else is, make sure you go buy your pay-per-view pass and get your all-table pass via Digital Pool. And you can see that QR code on your screen. If you want to see all of the matches at your leisure, you can pick who you want to watch and when. And go ahead and just scan that QR code. You can screenshot it, have your camera scan it if you'd like. And that will take you into the on-cue world where you can choose any of the matches, whether it be today or tomorrow. We still have plenty of action. So still more to come as we enter rack 12. And Ivanovsky to break.
Yeah, no surprise here. The one down. Here comes the two. Is it clear of the red three? And it will be. Another great opener, another great layout, and another great opportunity for Ivanovsky. Really just smooth this in. Don't have to do anything special. You've got a natural angle out towards the middle. Only way I think this ball is missed is if you catch it a little thin and a little firm. So just stay smooth through the stroke. Well, I said a little thin, and he catches it dead flat into the long rail, into the short rail. Wow, this could open the door, but Pongers definitely needs to figure out his break shot. Body language pretty negative right now. I think that'll change. He's got to get through this rack. He's far from out of the match. He's got a lot of talent. Reminds me of Victor Zielinski in a lot of ways. That big, long, open bridge. Moves the cue ball with very little effort. Excuse me, Victor Zielinski. And Victor just won his first, which I was very proud of him, first what you could call major Super Big Expo. Boy, just gets down and really no time once he's over the ball. And that'll get it done, Mike.
Yeah, it looks like got a little out of shape there on the 6. He recovered, as we mentioned earlier. These players are just so talented and so accurate that, even just a bit out of line, they can just kind of shoot their way out of those situations. But, you mentioned Victor Zielinski, and, I can actually see the same similarities you do, and had a nice introduction to Victor a little ways back. Remember, it was the McDermott Classic, and Victor took that down. Runner-up was Tyler Steyer in that event, and what a ways Victor's come since then. And looks like got a little bit of a comeback trail coming here with the missed opening 2 ball for Boris. And now we're at 7-5. That's still ending still to be determined. But Boris coming with a 6-game flurry. And the stats you mentioned, Scott, still holding true. Alternate break format. You can win 6 games in a row. That's telling you something there. And it looks like both of our players have taken a minute. We're going to take a quick break. And, kind of got to agree with Yannick. If he was the one that initiated the break there, needs to stop Ivanovsky's momentum. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a short break and have a word from our sponsors, and we'll be back in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. right. Looks like Yannick is back at the table, still awaiting Boris Ivanovsky to return. But after a 6-game flurry from Boris Ivanovsky, Yannick Pongers finds himself 2 games behind. And it looks like Boris is back in the table side area. So here we go. Pongers to the break. And this is rack number 13. And he's down 7-5.
All right, another good adjustment, but he's caught another big kiss, and I can't tell if it was because of a low ball or if it was just a bad crash around turn number 3 out in the middle. Neither here nor there. This is back-to-back scratches off of a flick. No good for Pongers. Yeah, really no trouble here. The 3-7 combination, just land good on that. The 8 plays in everything besides the lower right corner where the 9 is. Might have wanted to get a little closer to this. Yeah, well handled. Very well handled. Just don't want to elevate yourself over the purple 5 here. You could go twice inside the 4. Bottom rail, long rail. You could just play the 4 up to the corner, but he's big stretched here. Just arrived. Then now going to have to go back and forth. Maybe not. This angle tells me you can get into it. Okay, still got to work the cue ball a little bit here. 2 rails tight out of the upper left corner. Could come to the short side or back side of the 6. Yeah, taking a look from down low now. Wants to rip back and forth. Anywhere below the 8, he's good. He's got the left side pocket at worst for the black 8. Okay, could be a misstep here. He was in control last game, missed the 2 to the upper right. It was one that he's never supposed to miss. Pongers took advantage. Is there a fumble here?
What a great shot there. Ivanovsky going to get himself on the hill, and what a great shot to kind of feel accomplished as you arrive there. And Boris Ivanovsky now within 1 of a victory here. Goes up 8-5. Yannick Pongers getting the short end of the stick in the last couple of breakoffs. We'll call it a mishit and maybe a bit of misfortune on top, but scratching once on the side and once in the top corner. So Ivanovsky definitely taking advantage, and he's not really going to feel sorry about any of that as he arrives again on the hill and now within one. So that's a 7-to-1 ratio over the last 8 games for Boris Ivanovsky. And what a run it's been. And don't forget, we do have more action coming up. It's going to be starting shortly after 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so not going to have to wait too much longer for another one of these great matchups as Boris comes in to break rack number 14.
Yeah. He's caught the scratch. Excuse me, I was blind. I thought he had a look, but it looked like the ref to me was wiping the cue ball off and about ready to give it to Pongers, but eyeing down the 3-9 carom possibly? Is that what he was looking at initially? I don't know. Hard to tell. Uh-oh. Wanted to avoid the...
Yeah, that was a tough one. Really looking to get down table running into the purple, but I mean, this is the situation now, so Ivanovsky perhaps rail first to make the 9-ball, Scott.
Yeah, he's looking to dig behind the 3 and kind of ticky the 9 in with an extreme inside. He's got to get behind the 3 in order to do so, and there's not a lot of room. Contact.
What a great result from that shot. Not sure if that was the intention or not, but it's going to work out in his favor. So Pongers literally living on the edge here, fighting for a chance to maintain and stay on this winner's side. As his opponent sits on the hill. And I don't think that's going to do it.
Yeah, and the 3 lays obviously near the 4. It's really about the 5 to the 6. I'd like to carry some type of an angle up here on the 4, but a little touchy just rolling this in. I think he's forced to. He's dead straight in. So it is a little scary rolling this ball. Okay. Wiggled it home. Yeah, you get good on the 5, it should be over. He'd love to be dead center, even with the side pockets would be just fine. Don't know if it got there. It's close. All right, we've got more pool to be played between these two.
Just got some interesting information on the side over here. We just found out that the hot shooting Connecticut kid Lucas Fracasso Werner won his match in 36 minutes. And he broke and ran every one of his breaks. So how's that?
Yeah, good for him. He's playing really well.
Just heard from the young man. He
Dialed
told
in.
me that he just got about a 7.5 hour sleep session, and he said he really needed it. So, speaking of really
He
needing
sleeps in the car, man.
Yeah.
That guy sleeps he sleeps everywhere he goes.
it, yes, he does. And talking about that, Yannick Pongers needed that one right there, and that's going to bring us to 8-6. So, still hanging on, but Boris Ivanovsky still in the positive here with a 2-game lead and still sitting on the hill. And tell you, just a 2-game lead versus your opponent on the hill with a 2-game lead, very different, mentally for the player that's behind, and also for the player ahead. When you're needing just one game, kind of just hoping it's going to happen for you at times. And Boris misjudging his shot there and passing it back to Pongers. So Boris really needs to tighten up. We know that these top professionals can really turn things on and really put you in handcuffs. So, now we see Pongers back to the break here and has found 0 success on the break in the last few. So let's see if he can make something happen here.
Yeah. Going to be open on the 2. It's in his hands here to get within 1. Quickly down. Tells me there's no issue with the 9, I guess. I felt like as quick as he got down that there was never going to be an issue avoiding the 9. He just kind of took a chance coming in behind it. Yeah, I don't know. Just maybe another split second or two. Once you're down, very reminiscent of Zelensky. He's the very same way. Doesn't take any time, does all the work from above, but quick down low. Going to the air now. This is a must.
Can't
And the
believe
cue
what we
ball
just saw, Scott.
finds the corner, and it's a concession. My goodness.
Wow. He's just going to shake his hand and give it over. Unbelievable. So, there you have it. Boris Ivanovsky, 9-6 over Yannick Pongers. And we're going to take a quick word from the sponsors and have a word with our winner, Mr. Boris Ivanovsky. Scott Frost, thank you very much for joining us. And we're going to be back in just a bit with more tournament action from the Bob Stocks Memorial here at On Cue in Front Royal, Virginia. We'll be right back. right, and as you see our players warming up, getting prepared for our next matchup, we're going to be having Jesus Atencio and Nathan Childress. What a matchup that's going to be. And before we get into that, we are going to be taking a quick word from one of our players out there. He's standing by with a roving reporter, Mr. Madison Ortiz. And that's going to be young Felix Vogel, German phenom. I believe he's just 18 years old. And he just had himself a double hill win over Mr. Get Some, Sean Wilkie. So, going to be great to hear from him. And I do believe they're standing by right now. And here we go. I'll send it on over to Madison Ortiz. Felix Vogel.
Madison Ortiz here live again on Q Sports Bar and Grill for the 2026 Bob Stocks Memorial. Day 2 is just like day 1. A ton of firepower, a ton of surprises, and a ton of upsets. Let's talk about this match here. We have the young gun Felix Vogel from Q-Tech playing the local favorite Sean Wilkie. Felix was actually late, guys. He had a 1-game penalty, and then Sean jumped ahead 5-2. From there, Felix pretty much won the day, made it, I believe it was 6-6, 8-8, and I'll let him tell the rest.
Yeah, it was very tough because, how you said, I came too late, and I had to trail. I was down the whole match until 6-6. Then I was very lucky. I think I was very lucky a few times actually. I was up 8-6, had the chance to win, missed it, 8-8, and then he scratched on the break. So I got lucky. Yeah.
So another scratch on the break to, I guess, win the day for you. When do you play next, and do you know who you play?
I play at 8 p.m. against Yannick Pongers. Yeah.
I have to tell you, Yannick just lost to his roommate, Boris. That was pretty tough. He had a pretty good, significant lead, and then Boris just pretty much tidal waved them, and that's a tough one. You're going to have a tough match to go through, I believe. So this is the last one for the final 16 for you. How do you prepare?
Maybe eat, sleep, eat, and play.
All right. The young gun says he's going to eat, sleep, eat, and play. Well, don't sleep too much. No more game penalties, okay? All right. We're going to send it back to you. Ship to cash, Mike to marker.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Madison Ortiz and Mr. Felix Vogel squeaking out a win against Mr. Sean Wilkie. And you see Mr. Atencio and Childress. These guys are kind of alternating, just warming up a bit. So this match is going to start precisely 6:10 on the button. So going to take another quick word from our sponsors, and when we return, we're going to have Nathan Childress and Jesus Atencio. And that's going to be a race to 9. We'll be right back. it looks like we are ready to get started, and we've got more tournament action here on the 2026 Bob Stocks Memorial. And this is another winner's side match, both players undefeated. And we've got Jesus Atencio and Nathan Childress. And I am Mike DeMarco from Ship the Cash. And joining me is going to be the Freezer, Scott Frost.
What's going on, Mikey?
Well, I'll tell you what, got a lot of chatter around the room. Matt Clatterbuck just defeated Billy Thorpe, and that was a 9-8 victory, so local favorite getting the job done. So Billy Thorpe, early exit from the event. And also Felix Vogel, 9-8 victory over Sean Wilkie. So a lot of tight matches on that B side. On winner's side, we just saw Boris Ivanovsky take out Mr. Yannick Pongers. And what a run Boris had. But now, the task at hand, Atencio versus Childress, race to 9. And they're looking to move forward into that final 16. So here we go.
And he's going to creep the 7 in. And a sweet look to start this out on the 1. John Lehman, one of the best in the business, the referee for this match.
Just a side note about Mr. John Lehman, he's got a birthday coming up. His birthday is next Thursday. So make sure you guys all wish John Lehman a happy birthday.
This guy right here, we cover quite a bit in the majors, and he continues to knock on the door. He's had a pretty good career as of late. Just won the Beasley Open, defeated Lucas Fracasso-Werner 11-4 in the finals. And then I think his biggest win to date, and he'll attest to this, he was recently on our podcast, was the River City Open in Jacksonville. That was really what got him started. He's been close to a couple of big events. Still trying to get that major title, but he is well on his way. There's nobody loaded with more talent than Jesus Atencio. But he needs to show that talent here, as he's a little bit straight. I think he can work the cue ball forward. Pockets play pretty open. Ooh, just barely avoided the point. Could have been disaster. Makes it look easy, Jesus. I think this is a big part of his game. Obviously, he's waiting for somebody below him or below our screen, but a big part of his game that I've noticed over the last 2 years is he takes a little bit more time in these key moments. What never fails, Mike, you build them up and they never do you right.
Yeah, it seems like it's always the case, Scott. And, you know, looks like he might have given Nathan Childress just enough to see this purple 5. He's going to look at it from both sides, but yeah, it's true. You mentioned the greatness, and they never seem to let you down.
Well, Nathan Childress come on the scene several years ago. I got introduced to him at the Derby City Classic. He put a little thumping on me in the 9-ball. He just continued to make balls. All right, well, he's backdoor hit this ball, and he's going to leave an opener here. Fresh cloth. He had to swerve around the 8 slightly and just kind of overturned it. This is what Jesus is good at. He is not afraid of left side pocket. Never a thought of going there due to where he wanted to place the cue ball.
Now, looks like Atencio going to get his wish, taking rack number 1. As Scott mentioned, Nathan having to swerve around that 8 ball, just overturning it just a hair. And passing control back to Mr. Atencio. Now we see 1-0 as the score, but still plenty of pool ahead of us. And Nathan Childress, young American talent, and definitely one of those players. He's very relentless, just continues to pop balls and keeps coming at his opponent until the final ball is struck. So Atencio definitely aware of that, so not going to be taking this match lightly by any means. But Jesus does come to the positive side for our race to 9, leading 1-0. As we mentioned, on-site official Mr. John Lehman, legend in the game himself, going to take care of all of our players here to expertly call the shots and have their back in those tight situations. And it's Nathan Childress coming to the break for rack number 2. And let's see how his break is looking. We saw how crucial that break was in our previous matchup, so sure it's going to be the same here.
Yeah, all right, he's got the 1 down, and I do believe he can see the 3. Be forced to take a little bit of distance on the 4, but there's no problem there. It leads to the 5. So I really don't see any trouble here. It's really just the 3. Don't let the 7 bother you. I don't think it's in the way. Strikes the ball really well. Kind of misled me when we played our match a few years ago, and I was actually playing real well. I think I had just beaten Mora in the 9 ball, and I was in a pretty good position. And this young man right here just put it on me. And I think he's gotten a lot better since then. Got his work cut out for him. I think, Atencio, a little bit more experience now, clearly. Probably a little more talented. But I don't know that he's got any more heart than Nathan Childress. Good speed there. Really easy to lose the cue ball on a shot like that. Yeah, he's overamped it. And this fresh cloth, you've got to know when you're down on that ball with the low cue ball that it can get away from you. Really got to dial in and pay attention to that low ball. This is tricky because now he's going away from the 8. Unless he can get into the 9, but I think it's too thin. Maybe he can get a piece of it. Elevated now, it's even tougher. Going to try to go into the 9 here. No bueno.
Yeah, tough situation there for Nathan. Like you said, Scott, got to be aware of that super slick cloth and a little nip draw there. Letting that cue ball get out of line. But Atencio really just needs to make this 7 arrive nicely on the 8. And it should be another point. With a hot shooting Jesus Atencio. Don't see too many issues here. Nice back and forth there. He's going to shoot this 9-ball square at his opponent. And this would put him up 2-0. And he executes. So 2-0 now. Again, racing to 9. He added a third one there. Took it back really quickly. But, yeah, missed opportunity there for the American Nathan Childress. But, again, very relentless player is Nathan. And I expect to see him put up a fight here. As strong as Jesus is, Nathan has everything in the arsenal to get the job done. Really just needs to bring it to the match. Keep it on the table. And remember, folks, if you'd like to see all of those side tables, you can get your pay-per-view pass and watch all of those matches at your leisure. You can see the QR code on your screen right now. All you got to do is go right there. You can screenshot it or have your camera scan it, and that will get you right to where you need to be. You can pick and choose which tables you want to see and when you want to see them. Follow your favorite players and, of course, supporting the event as a whole. All you got to do is go to that digital pool link right there for your all-table pass. Right, here we go. Jesus Atencio. And he's breaking rack 3. He's up 2-0. Let's see how his break is looking here.
Okay. What do we notice right away? Quite a bit of speed taken off of that break. The spread was real good due to the contact and his timing, but sure did not look like he put any max power on it or anything near it, but the spread was excellent. Just ended up behind the black 8, so he's going to be forced to roll out here. I don't believe there's anything else. He's going to evaluate where to go. On this screen, the overhead, I'm looking at the upper right corner. He's looking at some type of maybe a jump shot behind the 5 or the 9. I don't know. Oh, he's going to test him from down here in the lower right corner. Yeah, you don't have to take this on aggressively, though. I would definitely consider putting him up in the upper right corner, just banking the 2 back down here kind of towards the 8, if it's doable. You've got the 5 and 9 that can provide cover up top. He chose to thin it. Nothing wrong with that. Speed looks excellent. One of the best in the business with the short stick. Very similar to Federgorst, oftentimes will land on the object ball to get it to act right. I don't know that that's going to be the case here. I think he's looking to create distance. And try to use the 5 and 9. Not the worst. Leaning below the 3 here. Or at least the 8. Is he going to take it on? That stroke tells me he's looking to chop it. There. I think this is the play. Great strike. Buried him right up under it. I like the way the cue ball grabbed off the bottom rail. Really acted true. Didn't seem to slide at all. Forcing Atencio to come to the second rail here. Really actually pretty small ball to hit. A little bit of guesswork, to be honest, I think. He's a favorite still, but it's a small ball. It can be missed. Yeah, good hit. Very good hit. Seems like we've had a lot of these games, Mike, where they're a little bit scrappy and tactical.
Yeah, I think it's a byproduct of this particular table, where the conditions might be just a little different than the outer tables. I don't think it's worlds different.
Okay.
But the players are saying that, hey, when I play on that arena table or that feature table, definitely slightly different conditions and a lot faster than some of the other tables. So perhaps both players playing a little bit timid at the beginning and then getting acquainted with the equipment as they move on.
Yeah, it's good information. You also, we all know when you're playing rotation, and there's, we love the alternate break format, but when you're playing rotation and alternate break format, it's oftentimes very difficult to get any momentum as well, because you break and run out, well, it's your opponent's opportunity now. So could play a little role, but the difference in equipment also very valid. I think you could create distance, but a 5 and 9 are so big right there. Is he looking to take the bank on? Does he have room? I think it's going through his mind to actually jump this ball. And it is. The minute he took a look at the red 3, I felt like he was going at this cue. Yeah, one of the event organizers, Brandon Schuff, there at the bottom of our screen. There's another dangerous one in this tournament. All right, Nathan going to get paid off for that little safety behind the 5. Don't have to play the 5-9 combination in the future, but it's not the worst by any means. There's nothing wrong with it. They're close enough that you can really gauge where to hit the 9. I guess it all depends on where he ends up here on the 4. And it's the draw ball again. I feel like maybe just a little overworked. Should be fine, Mike.
Yeah, I think he's going to be okay here. Nathan seems confident with it. He went right to that combination. And now you got to kind of just go with your gut. It weasels its way in. 5-ball finds its way in the pocket as well. But nonetheless, Nathan Childress answers back, and he puts a point on the board. So 2-1 now. And Nathan going to be staying out of his chair, as he's going to be coming to the break here. And again, Atencio still has the advantage. 2-1. Yeah, I think Atencio just misjudged the speed on that jump return after Nathan's effective safety. And just leaked that ball out, and he was able to take advantage there. Nathan running out. But as we said, Jesus Atencio very hot right now, coming off of a win at the previous WNT stop at the Beasley Open. And again, winning over Lucas Fracasso Werner. I believe the final there was 4 games for Lucas. I think it was 11-4. But Lucas also playing very good at this event. Can we mention he won his last winner's side match just about an hour or two ago. He won in 36 minutes, breaking and running every rack on his break. A remarkable performance there. But for now, Nathan Childress to the break.
Okay, similar to Yannick Pongers. Short with the 1 to that side pocket. And it seems like everybody's breaking the 1. It's not going to get it done, though. Stark contrast between the two's break so far. Look, immediately going to the rollout jump. Did you think about the 6? He's clear. This is a strong, strong weapon to have in your bag. This is why Fedor Gorst, I think, really stands out from the rest, especially in the long run. Boy, it must be, maybe Jesus didn't pay close enough attention to how much of the 1 he was leaving. He clearly thought he could make it. A lot of work to do here. A slight mess. We continue to talk about it. The layouts have been a bit funny. When the break acts right, obviously the layouts are pretty natural. We've been seeing more of the opposite of that as of late here on this table. Yeah, probably pretty concerned if the 1 doesn't pass as to where it's going to end up. And he tried to use all of the pocket there, Mike.
Yeah, I think the table has tightened up a little bit. We saw the slick cloth accepting a lot of those trivial shots, and I think we're starting to learn what it can and can't accept. But in the same regard, I think the players kind of learning what they can and can't do on the table. So, breaks are getting progressive and kind of making those adjustments over the first, 4 to 6 games. And hopefully they can figure it out before their opponent does, getting the positive. Seems like that's kind of been the tale of this table so far.
Yeah, I think you'd be a little careful here. You just want to get a clean look at the 3. Anywhere on the top side of the table there from this view. I don't mind this at all, staying a little thin on it. If you think you can catch it thin enough to use the 6, 7, and 4, just chip this to the bottom rail. Yeah, well done. Also, one of the best to do it is the kick shot from Atencio. He really ticks all the boxes when it comes to having the shots in his bag. I think his biggest, I don't even want to say the word, but maybe downfall would be at times just getting a little quick with his decisions. When I compare him to the absolute elites, I think that might be something he would agree with, but that just takes time, right? Maturity, experience, because it's very easy to lose control of the heart rate under the big lights. Nice hit there. Well, the bed does seem extremely quick. Gorgeous diamond table. I don't know that he needs to go forward. He's got the option. He's evaluating. Q tells me he's going forward here versus just stunning over. Now stunning. Very good. Don't let the 9 bother you. You're a little bit over it. Just stay smooth through the ball. You can take a cut on the 8. You don't have to get all the way back. Very good.
All right, Nathan Childress looking pretty good here. And he's going to answer back, and barring an earthquake, I think he's going to tie us up here 2 games apiece with this 9 ball. And as we said earlier, a very relentless player, Nathan Childress, as he brings us to even keel and 2 games apiece. So, very nice answer back there. A little back and forth. But I think both players playing relatively even as far as this match is concerned so far. But we know as the games go by and the players get more and more comfortable with this feature table, you know, somebody's bound to pull ahead. Of course, only one player can cross the finish line here. Don't forget, this is a winner side match. Both players undefeated. And we are still racing to 9. And they are trying to get themselves into that final 16 single elimination round, which will start tomorrow. And if you want to watch all of those matches, make sure you purchase your pay-per-view pass. You can get that via digital pool. And if you're not sure how to get that, there's the QR code right there on your screen. You can just go ahead and have your camera scan that or screenshot it, and you can watch all of the matches at your leisure. Pick your table, pick your player, and you can head over there and watch all of tonight's matches and all day tomorrow as well. Alternatively, if you are local to Front Royal, Virginia, I urge you to come down and watch the matches in person. There's nothing quite like seeing the action up close and personal. All right, here we go. Atencio's break. And doesn't look like he's dropped a ball, Scott.
Yeah, once again, the pace looked pretty light to me. I don't think that there's a break shot rule there, or maybe a warning from the ref. I'm not saying that that's even where it's at yet, right? But he did let up on the swing a little bit. The one did come short. But I'll tell you what, look at the spreads he's getting. It's going to be very bad news for Childress if he can find that break. But for now, I mean, he was trailing 2-0. It might be bad news for Atencio.
And we saw a similar exchange one of our matches last night, Scott. We got to see it was Jeremy Sosi and Vitaly Petsura. And Jeremy had a lighter break, and the balls were kind of clustering down table. Wasn't really working out for him off the bat. But as the match progressed, he made those adjustments, and he ended up coming out on top of that one. So, as the racks go through, perhaps Atencio can make that adjustment as well. We're very similar.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Just very similar results there.
Yeah, interesting. I think Atencio, he's such a high-level player, definitely doing it by design, probably just trying to experiment and see what's best. And like you said, we'll make the adjustments going forward. I mean, it was just a matter of a fraction, and the one's down, and he's probably already out by this moment. So, good hit there, but he's going to have some work to do now. Must be okay on the side, but it's thin. Here's a better look. This is one of those that you're afraid to just kind of roll, because if you catch it a little thick, you can lose it into the upper corner. Well, that'll pay off. Yeah, nice hit there. Should be home free. Just pull it back. Pretty good response, Mike, so far from Nathan, starting out 2-0 down.
Yeah, it seems like, Atencio giving up the control right off the bat, and, Nathan just staying on it. And he's going to make quick work of these last few. And this would be Nathan Childress leading 3-2 after being down 2-0. And tables turn. He arrives a little shy to the corner, but he's got the side as the backup, so no issues here. Just going to take a quick peek. There should be no issues here Nathan Childress going to take the lead now, 3 games to 2. And I'll tell you, it's amazing how these runs can be strung together, and especially in that alternate break format. And it's kind of remarkable. Atencio goes up 2-0. Looks like it's going to start to be, that kind of match. Next thing you know, the opponent wins 3 straight. Really not the way I thought this match was going to go. But I did think that it's going to be a little tighter as we get towards the finish line here. But Atencio, body language telling me that he's not thrilled about that score right now, Scott.
Yeah, it's early enough. I think that they're both just trying to find their way.
It looks like Nathan has a little bit of that, I don't want to call it bravado, but he's got a little, confidence in his stature right now. A little bit more so than the beginning of the match. And, of course, the scoreline going to help with that. So, you'll see how Nathan can make this break shot work. Here we go, rack number 6.
Yeah, I really like what I saw there. He got through it well, did not let up at all, got through the cue ball very well. Timing was good. He's got a great look at the 2. I believe the 5 might even pass the 6 to the corner in the near future. 4 wide open, 2 leads to the 3. It's really just the 3 to the 4. Do you just stay below this, or do you force yourself to come up? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. He's got an angle now. He can cut this to the upper right corner. Now the upper left. Pretty natural, I think, to come 1, 2, 3 short side if he chooses. Pink 4 next. Boy, this looks a lot thinner than it does on the regular straight on view. Yeah, this angle tells us it's no problem. The overhead really looks extremely thin. Oh, he's overcut it. Big mistake there. Once again, this fresh cloth, he's putting inside on it, so it's going to squirt out a little bit. And this is probably the cause of the overcut. Yeah, I think I don't mind his decision here, Mike, looking to maybe just stay more towards the center. I think that that's probably the play. He's a great shot maker. Don't force anything to come all the way down. Now he's going to take a chance. Watch out, green.
It looks like he's come out okay here.
Yeah, then he was living a little dangerously there. You can tell it's very close the way he's looking at it. Yeah, he's even going to elevate. Coming all the way around. Pretty straightforward here. Literally.
Yeah, just a little draw shot here. And Atencio going to answer back. And going to tie us up here. 3 games apiece. Almost overhit that one. Does end up okay. And there you have it. Jesus Atencio going to tie us up here. 3 games apiece. A little misjudgment there on that cut shot from Nathan Childress. You know, I think in hindsight, Nathan might have played it to the other corner. You know, that was a little bit to ask, but he definitely misjudged that one. And now Atencio ties us up. Again, winner's side match. Going to have a few more matches throughout the end of the night for all of you watching. And if you are just tuning in, this is the 2026 Bob Stocks Memorial. We're live here at On Cue in Front Royal, Virginia. And I am Mike DeMarco from Ship the Cash, and joining us, the Freezer, Scott Frost.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Thank you for having me. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, lovely event and great field filled with talent. And as we say time and time again, the cream rising to the top. And these two gentlemen, no exception. As Jesus Atencio comes to the break shot. This is rack number 7. Let's see what he can make happen here.
All right, seems to be the story, the one coming short. Dry as a bone. Yeah, kind of strange here, right? I don't know. Do you just tickle the one up and use the 2, or do you come all the way around and use this wall down here? This was the only thing I was worried about. I felt like it was going to be hard. You had to really rip it to get down here behind the 6-3. Don't know if he's... Well, he has left it on, I believe, but it's something you're going to have to trust in the back arm. Yeah, you can't be disappointed at that. Might just track right into the 3 or the 9. Does he think he can get past the 3 here? He must. But to me, it looks like he might be going into it. We'll see. Oh, he's going to check it with an inside ball. Yeah, you had to use all of the pocket. He overcut it to the pro side just to create that angle. This is extremely tough. Coming out of that corner with the jump cue. Yeah, you obviously want to cut this. You don't want to catch it full. Easy to follow it in. So you want to catch a piece of the top rail after contact. I'll tell you what, not terrible. Looking to bank this one rail straight back up table maybe and use the 7, 8, 9. Got it a little thick. This is where Atencio tends to chew his opponents to pieces. Distance, where you got to shoot straight, come with an execution. He's just so good at the distance. Did he get a peek? I don't know. Yeah, he might just take the distance on the purple 5 here unless he thinks he can work the cue ball. Yeah, nothing wrong with this. Going forward makes the pocket a little bit bigger here because he can take a little speed off of it versus punching it. Player representative of a good friend of mine, Dave Bartosiak, in Classic Billiards. Oh, very good. Also, the junior Pan American Games 8-ball, 9-ball, and 10-ball champion, Jesus Atencio. Pretty impressive. He won gold in all 3 divisions. Yeah, and Atencio going to take game number 7. Back in the lead. Diamond Tables, one of the key sponsors. Universal, clearly a big sponsor here. Ship the Cash, Mike DeMarco, doing great things. Fulton Cues, Town Billiards, Digital Pool, In the Box Apparel, Lakeside Enterprises. Then here at On Cue Sports Bar and Grill, all right, snuck the 1 in. Good news is the cue ball's high, so is the 2. What's he going to end up with? It's just kind of in that funny spot, right? Looking to pound the bank? Yeah, I think he's trying to shorten that to the left side. Just looks a hair steep. You could chip the top side of the 2 out towards the middle and maybe just trickle down here to the lower right and use the 8, but you can't fault him if he wants to get aggressive. Yeah, a bit long. Believe it or not, oftentimes the harder you hit it when you're using a low ball, the longer it will go. The low turns the object ball into a high ball, so it lengthens it off that rail versus shortens it out. The elite bank pool players will avoid a low ball at all costs. Makes the pocket bigger the minute you stun it or use a high ball. I guess I should say when you stun it with one of the softer speeds you can stun with. Yeah, great speed. he's worried about the 6, right? I don't, not saying worry, that's probably the wrong term. But he's cautious of the 6. He doesn't want to get too steep on the 5. Waiting for Brandon. Mr. Schuff, one of the organizers of the event. Elevated over the 5 a little bit here as well. He's great at the elevation. I think you just kind of got to cinch this, though. But knowing Jesus, he might just try to pull it back. Wow. I didn't think he missed the ball, to be honest. We are playing all ball fouls. Yeah, nice straight hit there. Mike DeMarco is back with us.
Well, Scott, what did I miss?
Not much. Atencio is in the lead now, which, you know, he was up 2-0. Childress won 3 in a row. Game number 7 went to Jesus.
Looks like Nathan is in control now. A little funny here. Into the 7. It looks like he's got enough ankle, though. Just makes it. Bit of a stretch there. It looks like Nathan is going to tie us up here, Scott. Not sure, but this match so far has every ingredient to a hill. As Nathan arrives perfect on the 9 ball. And he's going to tie us up here. 4 games apiece in this winner's side race to 9. I'll tell you, it's been a lovely event thus far. Starting with 63 competitors. And we're going to arrive at the final 16, going into the stage 2 portion of the event. And again, we are at On Cue, Front Royal, Virginia, for the 2026 Bob Stocks Memorial. And still got plenty of action coming your way. Again, we came back today with the final 32 players. And we're just a few rounds away from finding that final 16 draw. You see our on-site official, Mr. John Lehman, superstar in his own right. You know, Scott, it's funny. Had some comments yesterday that John Lehman might have more pool videos out than Shane Van Boning. The amount of matches he's been involved in.
No kidding.
I'd like to see the numbers on that. Here we go. Atencio to break. This is rack number 9.
Yeah, really good contact. The 3-8 buttered up. I believe the 3 plays to the lower left. We're going to find out quite soon. QL leads perfectly in line to the 2. I think he's got to land on it real well, but I think he's got a pocket to the lower left. Yeah, then it really only becomes the 5 to the 7. I don't see big trouble there, and I love the soft stun. It's what these elite players are real good at. Made it look easy. He's going to carry an angle, I believe, just staying out towards the center, unless he wants to get tight to the 5. I don't see any reason to get tight to the 5. Just stay out towards the center. 1-2 back for the 7 in the lower right. Boy, the table's fast. He's kind of falling in between. Now he might have to pound. Yeah, and you see how he just kind of looked away. He did not want to be there. Now he's got to get into it just a bit more.
Really nice stroke there from Jesus. Nice with reasonable angle here. This is really the big shot now. Got to get a good line to the 8 ball. I think he's just going to come behind the 8 ball here. A little close to the rail, but still manageable. Doesn't look intimidated by the shot by any means. And the 8-ball's going to find a home. And he's going to go ahead by 1 with the deposit of this 9-ball. A lot of back and forth with this particular match. 2 racks, 3 racks, and 1 rack apiece back and forth. So, really like the battle we have here. I'm sure the viewers and the fans really enjoying that. I know the folks here at On Cue really loving having some of these top names in their neighborhood. We've had some nice waves of spectators joining that viewing area so far this weekend. And we started yesterday and got to our 32 players to start the day on this lovely Saturday. And again, everyone fighting to get into that final 16 single elimination. And don't forget, I'm going to move to race to 11 in that portion. So you'll see a little bit more meat to play with as far as the time of the match. And now you can see a little bit more of those comeback trails from the players. And of course, Nathan Childress, thrilled to be here. He's been a lot more active in recent times. We're going to see his break off now.
Yeah, center cup with the 1. He's going to be long and funny on the 2. It's probably going to have to be a rollout. Unless I'm fooled. I might be. Because it looks like he can spin this at worst and just catch what he needs. Enough of the 2. Side rail to side rail. Use the 3 and the 5. He's really elevated. You don't want to catch too much of the 2 here. Oh, that's all right. Pretty creative, this guy, with the jump cue.
Yeah, I mean,
He's got something up his sleeve, doesn't he, Mike?
yeah. I mean, Jesus, as you mentioned earlier, he's really got all the tools in the bag, and, it's really nice that he can come with shots like that when needed. Doesn't need to get over the whole 3-ball here, just the edge of it. Catches that one pretty good. Where's it going to arrive? In front of the hole. And I'm surprised that hasn't fallen.
Yeah, that makes 2 of us. This bed is just lightning quick, which is fine. Yeah, I don't fault him for just trying to tuck out of there. It turned out great. Don't know that he was trying to get to the lower right side of it, but I don't know that he cared. I think he was just trying to get out of that corner with some type of a look on the 3, and this is going to work out.
I just got word on the side over here that our next matchup going to be Tyler Steyer and Matt Clatterbuck. So that's going to be the next match following this one. Should be exciting.
Yeah, nice. Clatterbuck, I have not seen him in a long time. Matt could definitely play.
Yeah, Matt Clatterbuck winning his previous match, taking out Mr. Billy Thorpe, 9-8.
Okay, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Because I felt like Billy was a bit scrappy in his match we covered earlier today. He got the job done, but his pace was a little concerning to me. I actually touched on it because it's so easy to take the bigger pockets for granted. That's when we see some of the better players make the mistakes if they get a little fast or a little overconfident in the equipment. I'm definitely not knocking Billy. I'm just talking about his pace. Typically takes he's a quicker player, no question, but he takes a little more time than what we saw today. So maybe the timing just a bit off.
Yeah, reasonable assessment. I think that, players, their top performances usually come in waves, and, perhaps this is just one of those waves in Billy's career. Of course, we know he's definitely one of those top players and can come with it when he needs to. Looks like Nathan Childress is coming with it currently, as he's just 2 balls away from tying us up again, but he's got to be able to get that advantage and be able to go ahead one game. Tensio's still leading here. He comes out nicely on this 9 ball. Just needs to maintain that mental composure and really just deliver here. There it is. All right, so Nathan Childress ties us up 5 games apiece. And it looks like Nathan is going to take a quick second and head out of the table side area. Maybe going to do a quick bird bath, as we like to call it in the pool world. We go splash some cold water on your face and wash your hands quick. Kind of just refresh. Kind of reapproach the table and get that fresh mentality, clean feeling. As John Lehman situates this rack number 11 for us. And we were just talking about our next match coming up, and that's going to be Tyler Steyer and Matt Clatterbuck. And what a matchup that's going to be. Scott talked about it, saying that hasn't seen Clatterbuck on the scene as of late, but I'll tell you what, we're in his neck of the woods, so he says, hey, just want to remind you guys that I still exist. And making a statement in his previous match, and with Billy Thorpe, 9-8, edging him out there. Heard a lot about Matt, and I'm unfamiliar with his history. I know I've heard the name over the years, but from what I understand, there was a time where he was just unbeatable in certain situations, and really excited to see how he takes on Tyler Steyer course, Moscone Cup player and the top seed in the event, Tyler Steyer, as he was the points leader coming in. So, really interesting matchups coming forward. We did see that Rodney Morris still alive on the B side, but really excited to see the Rocket out here competing.
Who defeated Rodney, Mike?
You know, I'm not sure who that was. But
Okay.
We're going to get that information.
I'll take a peek here, see if I can find anything.
Yeah, lots of action still to come. And right now, we've got Atencio going to deliver some action for us as he goes to the break shot in rack number 11.
Yeah, and it's going to be dry. Pretty interesting. We just see a lot of it, a lot more than I kind of expected. The 6 obviously almost drops, but almost doesn't get it. We've seen a lot of awkward racks and a lot of dry breaks when you just kind of don't expect it. Not really so much in this match. I'm not harping on this match as much, but overall, a little more than I expected. He's got to smooth this in. The 2 does play to the right side if he wants to use an outside ball here. He's got to get past the 3.
Another notable win. We had Gregorio Sanchez, a.k.a. Guama, taking out Tyler Steyer in the previous round. And that put Tyler on the B side. So Guama, and that puts him through to the final 16. Other players in the final 16, Lucas Fracasso Werner and BJ Usuri confirmed.
And Marco Teutcher, what a great player he is on the tour. I mean, serious damage. I don't know about that decision coming up past the 5 with where the 6 was. You know, the 6 played from anywhere, the 3-6 combination. But Marco Teutcher beats Rodney Morris 9-3. Pretty tough draw for Rodney in that position. Marco, world class.
Most definitely. And I'll tell you what, you know, sometimes in these events, Scott, you know, there's an opportunity for some of these up-and-comers, and, you know, I don't even want to call them an underdog, but just less notable players and unfamiliar players to kind of perform on the big stage. You know, Nathan Childress having that opportunity right here. You know, and if you can outperform your opponent, perhaps that kind of propels you forward with what's to come.
Yeah, no question. I mean, I think that's the beauty of these big events. Pay your entry fee. Get out here and do something special. Nathan's putting in the time. Back and forth. He could fall on the combination. Well, he's got a favorable rub. Did he get to the combination? How about not really?
Yeah,
He's
this
going to
is
have to
tough.
chip it thin if he chooses.
Yeah, very tough situation here. Not really sure Nathan's thrilled about this, but he's going to have to deal with it. Kind of the nature of the game, if you will.
Yeah, it's too firm. He's going to give him the bottom half of this ball. I thought he might just chip it to the bottom rail and ensure distance and potentially use the 9 that way. Just kind of go up towards the 5 and chip it to the bottom rail. That was real touchy what he attempted there, especially on a quick bed. good. As good as you could do. Couldn't afford to come all the way around. It was just a little steep. This is typically really where he shines. Anything mid-range to further, he's great. Makes it look incredibly easy.
Yeah, that's usually the case with these top players. You know, they make the game look so easy, and I think that's why it's so nice to watch these players compete. You know, it's just kind of simplifying something that we know to be very difficult. So, Atencio looking to clean up this rack number 11 and put himself again 1 game ahead of young Nathan Childress. And I'll tell you, it's looking like we're still in line for that double hill rack. You know, these players have been trading games. Atencio opened up with that 2-0 lead and followed up with Nathan Childress answering 3 games straight. And here we are battling rack for rack, back and forth. So really all the ingredients for that final 17th game. Right now, I think both players really just trying to stay on it, stay focused, trying not to think too hard about the position of the match and kind of just focus on the task at hand, which is, of course, performance, consistency. And Nathan Childress is going to be breaking this rack. Really needs to stay on it. Now hopefully he can do just that. Let's see how the break looks here.
Not bad at all. He's got a good look at the 2. He can work with it. If he wants to chip it to the lower right, it's thin back and forth, but the pocket accepts it well. It won't enter real fast. Now he's going to duck. All right, he's crossing it over, coming down towards the back of the 3. Can't fault him. Lucas Fracasso Werner, 9-1 over Hunter Lombardo. Raymond Linares, 7-5 over Max Eberle currently. Take a peek here. Looking at probably landing on the 2 if he's going to attempt this. Yeah, I think you would have to almost land on it.
Well, looks like he's eyeing that up right now. Let's see how this execution goes.
A little let up once again. Not easy from there. He's got so much power and generates so much from the back. He's probably a little concerned at over-amping that. And that's where the let up.
And it's Nathan Childress' chance to make it happen here. You know, I don't see.
Yeah, it's in his hands. There's just no question here, and this is where you have to take advantage in this situation.
Yeah, Nathan, I got to say, he's really been holding his own in these situations. No real big misses. You know, they kind of been even keel. You know, Nathan kind of rising to the occasion, if you will. And he continues to do this. You know, Jesus is going to have to do exactly the same. Really just stay on it.
Yeah, did he fall just a hair short, or can he go forward? Now he might have to work the cue ball to the top rail. Can he go 3 rails past the 7? No, he's got to work it. Didn't mean to get short side, I can assure you. There's no way he meant to get short side there. I think he tried to check it above the 7. It'll work.
pretty nice recovery there from Nathan. You know, there was a time there for about half a second. I didn't think he was going to arrive on that 7, but nice recovery. And now just 2 shots away from tying us up again. 6 games apiece. Yeah, some great matches going on around the room right now, and those of you that purchased your pay-per-view pass, you did the right thing. You made the right move. You guys can be watching any of those other winner side matches that are happening right now. And the next B-side round, tons of star-studded players and matches for you guys to go and enjoy. And again, that B-side round starting at 8 p.m. And our next B-side match and our feature match here, again, Matt Clatterbuck, Tyler Steyer. And that will be to get into that final 16. Other players making it right now. Of course, we're watching Jesus Atencio, Nathan Childress, Marco Tuscher, and Oliver. And Scott, you're going to help me with this one. I can't really read this one. There we go.
Yeah,
Raymond
he
Linares
struggled a
playing
little.
Max Eberly, Jeremy Sosi, and Payne McBride. They're both fighting on the winner's side. All for that final 16.
Jesus, one of the only ones breaking from the left side that I've seen today. His left, our right. Doesn't like the way they finished. He's looking up top. He's just wondering if he can chip the 2 down below the 9 and maybe finish up behind the 6 and 7. Yeah, pretty well done. That's all he could do.
It looks like Nathan's exploring an avenue between the 6-7. Looks like there might be enough to get through there. Not sure exactly his plan. It seems like he does have an avenue through there, Scott.
Yeah, just hoping for something good to happen.
And they call that the hit in hope.
Maybe he just had to jump just a little piece of the edge there and used his full cue to do so. That's why he hit it at the speed he did. Yeah, I'm going to look to use the 9. Just thin. That's the aggressive side of Atencio. I expected him to send the 2 up towards the 3. Bring the cue ball back behind the 9 here down on the bottom rail, and chose not to. Got away with it, but overcutting it's the pro side. Yeah, where are you going here? Okay, the 6 ball. Was that by design? Boy, it's hard to be sure that that was by design. So a couple of shakes of the head from Atencio, maybe a little frustration. Big exhale on his way back here to the cue ball. Just wants to avoid the 7. Oh man, very good effort.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what Nathan Childress needed. Gonna break that, 1-1 type of pattern we've been seeing. And so he's got one big shot to make that happen, and if he is able to make that happen, that does put him in that 1-game advantage. And it's kind of been Atencio with that 1-game advantage, and then Nathan ties it up over and over. And he's going to make the shot, and he's going to get pretty nice look here on the 3. Scott, nice shot from Nathan.
Little rub off the green 6. I like the way he takes his time. He's always played at the same pace around the table. Doesn't let the heart rate ever get to him, right? And I think that that's why the routine is so important. That's why Federgorst, under the extreme pressure, a lot of these guys at the very top, when the heart rate gets up, the routine really shows up.
Yeah, that's kind of the tale of these top professionals, Scott, isn't it? It's just consistency and trying to repeat those things that you've trained yourself to do. And Nathan Childress, no exception, showing us he's got that talent. He's got the mind to maintain.
Yeah, you can really afford to get anywhere here on the 7. He wants to get straight for the 8 in the lower left. Here, does he have an extension? Going to grab that real quick.
He's going to overhit that one just a bit. And
there's...
I think he's going to be okay here. Yeah, I think he's going to be okay. I think he just overhit that just a touch. And we saw a similar situation with Jeremy Sosi on his final 9 ball. He plays the 8 ball. Just wanted to come off the rail just about a ball or two and ended up almost across the side of the table. And they just said that, these rails and this cloth are very reactive in certain situations and take them by surprise. But Nathan recovers very well from that. He's going to be perfect on this 9 ball, and he's going to take the lead here, 7-6. What a great match we've got here, Scott. These guys are battling.
Yeah, it's a good one. So far, so good. Back and forth.
Yeah, I love to see the back and forth sometimes, and I know the fans really like to see their favorite player run away with the match at times and just break and run and kind of keep their opponent in the chair. And as great as that may be at times, the occasional grinder really shows you the integrity of the player and where their mind's at. So it's a nice, refreshing change-up from some of those matches we see. And really, again, giving an opportunity for this up-and-coming Nathan Childress. I don't even know if I can call him an up-and-comer. I should just say he's coming along and has made a name for himself, especially stateside. But definitely a nice opportunity for him to face, again, the Beasley Open champion, Jesus Atencio. Has been playing very well, very strong. And Nathan Childress now really getting that advantage he's been hoping for. Now 7-6 ahead, and he's got the break. That's really what he needed. So here we go. All right, rack number 14, Nathan Childress to break.
Yeah, good and bad. The good is he's got the 1 down and the blue 2. The bad is that he's got distance on the 3. I don't know that he can get directly to it to make it, but there might be a gap there. The overhead says there's a potential gap. Check the body language here. Don't believe so. Yeah, big risk there, but there's a big reward. The 4 is available if you can bury this. I just don't know if that's the move. Atencio going to take it, though, if you roll out to a jump. So your back's kind of against the wall here. I'd consider giving Atencio the jump, though, just because of the distance. I'm talking about the rollout. And that's what he's done. I don't think it's a bad decision. Let him bury it. If he makes it, he makes it. But I think that's what you've got to do in this position. Put the pressure back on your opponent. Make him come with 1. Oh, gamesmanship. Gamesmanship. He's giving it back. Childress thought for sure he was going to take it, and Jesus knew that. So he said, let me give it back to the young man.
Yeah, fair assessment there. And Jesus Atencio, normally we'd expect him to take that on. But in this case, it's Nathan Childress going to have to shoot it, but he's going to get some fortune there. Still has sight on this pink 4 ball. So in this situation, fortune favoring the bold, and going to find some good luck on the side there. Not sure how he feels about this exchange, but having sight, it's really all you need.
Yeah, well done. Very well done. That paid off with a little rub. That helped. Didn't hurt the situation by any means. I'd like to get past the 6 here up table. I don't think there's any problem getting past the 6. You can rub the bottom side of the 9 or the right side of it, and you're going to be just fine. Coming short of the side pocket or coming short of the 6 is where you're going to fall into the problem. Yeah, so I don't know now how flat he really is. I would have probably done my best to get to that top rail. No, letting the table work for him there. That quick bet. Notice the transition was not quick. He stayed nice and smooth through the ball. Now just looking to stay to the right side of the table.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from Nathan Childress. And just 3 shots away from getting himself on the hill. I'll tell you, Nathan definitely came with a lot of firepower in this match so far. Really digging himself out of certain situations. And, you know, Jesus not taking that jump shot. Perhaps he's still pondering if that was the correct decision or not. But Nathan going on this run. And here we go, Nathan Childress get himself on the hill. There it is. 8-6. Nathan Childress leading this one. And what a performance this has been thus far. Tell you what, I believe Jesus might be thinking about that exchange there. You can see the body language letting us know. Not thrilled to have his opponent on the hill. You know, he gave him the shot that got him there. And although it was a bit of good fortune, the result's still the same. You gave the shot to your opponent, and they capitalized. And it was your decision. So pressure on Jesus now as he comes into rack number 15. Got to see a successful break here. Really needs to make that happen.
Definitely put a little more pace on that break shot. Just about had a golden break. He's going to lose the cue ball. And this is what happens. Momentum swings. It's in Childress's favor here. No question. 5 leads to the 6. 6 leads to the 7. And you know the rest.
Tell you what, Scott. How about that? Narrowly missing the 9 in the side. And cue ball finds its home in the bottom corner. 9 ball narrowly missing to the side, and cue ball finding its way to the corner there. I mean, what a turn of events there. Jesus giving the shot back. Nathan getting to the hill. And then giving ball in hand in what could be, and most likely will be, our final rack here. You know, just as you specified, momentum shifts, and now it's just heavily in favor of Nathan Childress. And now that I see what this table looks like here, I can't bet against Nathan Childress to win this match right now, 9-6. It looks like Nathan can kind of smell the blood in the water. And still not going to really take anything for granted. Sometimes a player sees the finish line and they skip some of those routines and steps that they normally would. Nathan Childress still making all of those steps. Pre-shot routine still the same. The ball stalls just a hair. Scott, this is looking like the beginning of the end for Jesus Atencio's run on the winner's side. And it does look like Nathan likes to go underneath the 9 here. I thought he was going to try to stay above that and play the 9 to the side, but I mean, this is going to be okay. Still very makeable. And this is for the win. And there you have it. Nathan Childress over Jesus Atencio, 9 games to 6. What a win. Really nice performance there from Nathan Childress. And Scott Frost, thank you very much for joining us for this one. And we're going to be back in just a short time. We're going to hear from our winner, Nathan Childress. And we're also going to hear from Mr. Madison Ortiz. So stand by for that. Be back with your next matchup in just a few. Don't go anywhere. All right, it looks like our next matchup going to be starting at just about 8:10, and it's going to be Matt Clatterbuck, and he's going to be taking on Tyler Steyer. But for right now, we're going to go see our recent winner.
Guns, local legends. We call him the GOAT. He's Nathan Childress. He's coming off a red-hot win against Jesus Atencio. Man, first thoughts, I'll give you the mic.
I mean, it's unbelievable. But he's coming off a hot win off the Beasley, and he's got a bunch of confidence right now. So to get that win, just means it's big to me.
Well, I hear things about how you grind and how you're a road dog, and it was, I think you were down 6-4, and then you won the next 5. How'd you do it?
He ended up missing the one a couple times on the break, which gave me opportunity, an alternate break. But every time I felt like I had a chance, I did capitalize. I did get some rolls with it being 9-ball, but that's how it goes sometimes,
I definitely know that. Unfortunately, I'm on the other side of the microphone. So the cloth. Let's talk about the cloth. This new Royal Apex is really doing some good things. People are getting used to it. How is it playing now at the end of day 2?
I think it's still even playing slick as it was. I think it's playing great. I like when it plays slick, I think it's playing like it's brand new still. And I heard it was 10 days ago or so that it was recloth. So the fact that it's still playing like I thought it was brand new, I thought it was done yesterday or a couple days right before the tournament. So, it's great to have, that cloth here.
Excellent, excellent. So what's next? What time do you play, and do you know who you got?
I made the top 16 redraws, so that win was big there. But I think they're doing the draw tonight, so we'll see what that happens.
Excellent, and just great win, like you said, coming off a red hot Jesus Atencio. You played pretty strong there. Appreciate it. We're all rooting for you. Back to you, Ship the Cash, Mike DeMarco.
All right, thank you very much, Madison Ortiz, and congratulations to Nathan Childress. And we're going to be taking just a short break here, and we're going to come back with your next matchup. That's going to be Mr. Tyler Steyer and local legend Matt Clatterbuck. And that's going to be at 8:10 Eastern Standard Time exactly. So stand by for that. We'll be right back. All right, folks, welcome back. Got our next matchup for you, Matt Clatterbuck and Tyler Steyer. And we are here live at On Cue, Front Royal, Virginia. We're here for the 2026 Bob Stocks Memorial. This is a World 9-Ball WNT points ranking event. I am Mike DeMarco, and joining me, Mr. Scott Frost. Scott, how you doing?
Good, buddy. Thank you for having me. Excited to be here.
It's been a nice opening 2 days, and started today with the final 32, and we're moving forward into our final 16, stage 2, and that'll begin tomorrow. And right now, Matt Clatterbuck, local legend, coming off of a hot win over Mr. Billy Thorpe, 9-8 in the previous round, and Tyler Steyer standing in his way to get into that final 16. We've got some local power versus that world-class Tyler Steyer stroke, and I'm excited to see this one go down. Let's see how the break goes.
Yeah, we've been seeing it. The 6 is going to fall where the 1 should have. The 1 was well short. I just don't know. We've seen it quite a bit on this table. I don't know if that's due to the thin hit. Cue ball did get kissed to get back up table, so it wasn't drawn up table. Gonna have to steer clear of the 8 here. Wherever he decides to get on the 2, the 8 could be a problem coming down to the 3. You see the 3 there on the left side of your screen. That's what he's looking at now. Just wants to have to avoid any type of contact with the 8, but how do you get there? Do you get above the 2 just a bit to go 1 rail over? No, maybe he can just get through the inside of it here. Meaning short side of the 3. Yeah, he's a little steeper than I originally thought. So the 8 might be a problem here. Yeah, gonna pound through it. That's pretty darn good. How's he finish? He's gonna have to put a little something into this. The 4. Near the chalk there on the left side. You can warp below the 9 2 rails, or you can put a little more juice on it with a left ball and go above it. I think he'll warp. And he tried to go above it. He's got options here. He can go at the bank. The problem with cutting this ball is that the 9's there. It's real thin, though. He could avoid it back and forth, and I think that's what he's looking at. Tyler, no stranger to the big stage. And he's queuing down on it, so that's entertaining the bank if he's queuing down on it. And this angle that Mike just gave us is definitely steeper than it looked. Plan B, up in behind the 8, the speed is good. Clatterbuck, I have not seen him in a long time. Mike and I were just talking off camera about his game, and I mean, it's probably been, I'd like to say 25 years since I've seen him. He actually doesn't look bad. He looks about the same as he did then. He was a really good player in his day. Okay. Ball in hand for Steyer. Yeah, Mike, he lives up in your area, right? Clatterbuck?
He's local to the Virginia area, and I know a lot of the local players and spectators are really excited to see him on the tables. And you know, they've mentioned many times to me, they're like, "Hey, Matt Clatterbuck, there was a time where he was unbeatable, and you know, we're seeing that he's still got a strong game. So, really excited to see how he's going to perform against a player like Tyler."
Yeah, firmly agree. And he was a very good player in his day. Yeah, did he fall a little straight here? It's not going to be a problem. He can go forward or come back.
And Tyler making quick work here as he cleans up rack number 1. Walking that 8 ball in, brushing the rail as it falls, but Tyler aware of how this table is playing. He's had a couple of matches here so far. And he's going to get the job done. Draws first blood, Tyler Steyer. And remember, guys want to watch any of our side tables. We have plenty more action coming your way. You can go ahead and purchase your pay-per-view pass via digital pool, of course. And you can watch whatever match you'd like. And all you got to do is scan that QR code right there on your screen. And that'll take you to the proper destination. And you can choose which matches you want to see and when. And you cannot miss any of the action. And don't forget, tomorrow we start our final 16, stage 2. And to see who has made it through this remarkable field here in Virginia. As we get to see Matt Clatterbuck to the break for the first time.
No, I like what I see, Mike. That was a pretty good hit. He's just lost the cue ball in it, held up. Good for him. That was a good hit. I don't know if it got any kisses or if it just went clean 3 rails. Hard to believe it goes clean 3 rails through everything. We'll see. Forced here probably to look at something tactically. Yeah, I don't see anything from this angle that's aggressive that pays off, especially with where the 3 lies. Nothing wrong with chipping the 2 down, kind of like behind the 9 and coming back over towards that corner that the cue ball's in now. And that's what he elected to do. Good decision. Don't know if he left a gap. Yeah, and he has. There's another good view. I think he's just looking to knock this up past the 6. I can't quite tell, but pretty sure. Otherwise, he can thin the left side of it. Yeah, there you go. And there's another good look. Still hard to tell, but that's about as good as it gets. It almost looks like he's got the window. Okay. So far, I like what I see. I don't know if Matt's been playing a lot. Mike, maybe you can. Do you know if he's been playing a lot in that area? Have you heard about it at all?
You know, the only information I've gotten about Matt Clatterbuck, just that they're happy to see him competing. I know he does stay around the pool room, and I do think that he prepared a bit for this event in particular, but I don't think he's been traveling much, not really getting out there on tour, so to speak, but definitely prepared for this one.
Okay, good stuff. Good stuff. I mean, he's made a couple of really good decisions. I would have to guess he's 45 to 50, close to my age. Nice hit there by Tyler, but it's not going to get it. Not going to get it done. Still got to work cue ball to get anywhere near the 3. Doesn't play in any pocket, upper left or lower left. There's Raymond Linares on the lower right side of your screen. Great player in his own right. On Cue Sports Bar and Grill, that's where we're at. How big is this place, Mike? And we see the fans, they're starting to pile in the upper right corner.
Yeah, so there's actually an interesting layout here at On Cue. There are no pool tables on ground level. You have to go to the second floor, and all of the pool is in kind of its own corner of the world, so most of the players really exclaiming that they like the layout here. They don't have to deal with traffic with the patrons, spectators walking by, no distractions. So, this is kind of its own area for the event.
That's pretty cool. All right. Yeah, it's different where we live. I'm not used to until I'm back east and get used to it. I'm not used to the 2-level or 3-level rooms, right? There was one in Boston, I think that was a 3-level room, but out here everything is just ground level because they don't build too many 2-story buildings. It's different. All right, what's he got up his sleeve here? It's taking some time, there's no question. Looking to just avoid the 9 coming to the bottom rail. I think he'd be thrilled to just get anywhere near the 3. Work from there. That's all right. This does play to the side. So it's all about this here. Everything opens up after that. That's a good view. Steeper than it looks, but the pockets do accept. I don't mind rolling it. Oh, body movement there. You see the shoulder drop. That's really where it started. Never really comfortable with the swing, that's for sure. Tyler has great touch. Oftentimes his style And some of the patterns he's chosen in his career are a little bit different, but that's due to his style. He likes to power the ball more often than not. So he'll take some unique patterns at times, but it works for him. He catches a lot of heat for the nines that he missed at the Moscone Cup, but there was a lot of them. A lot of players that missed nines at the Moscone Cup, and outside of those misses, I felt like Tyler wasn't real bad. I felt like he was pretty solid, but when we miss those key balls like that, they kind of stick out. Hard worker at the table. Won the Texas Open a couple of years ago. I believe he won the Scottish Open. Could be wrong. I'd have to verify that or look it up. A couple of years ago as well, or a year and a half, 2 years ago.
One more big shot there for Tyler Steyer, arriving perfectly on the 9-ball. And he's going to take an early 2-0 lead. And gets the job done. We see the top of Mr. Brandon Schuff over there. Looks like he's playing Raymond Linares on that neighboring table. And don't forget, if you do want to see all of those matches, just purchase your pay-per-view pass over at Digital Pool. And plenty of places to watch. And if you want to watch your favorite player and watch their run in the event, go ahead to that QR code right there. You can scan it with your phone or screenshot it. You can go get your pay-per-view pass and watch the matches of your choice. And right now, Tyler Steyer going to be back to the break. And he's leading this one 2-0. And again, trying to make his way to the final 16.
Yeah, big movement on the 9. 2 going to finish funny. We've seen it over and over. Mike and I have talked about it to where this is kind of like the break format that, Matchroom designed years ago to where it made the game not so broken, made it a little bit more difficult. Obviously, the 9 is racked on the spot. The 2 is random racked. Therefore, you can't really play position on the 2. The highest level guys often will figure it out. But you still kind of at the luck of the pool gods oftentimes. And once again, everything's still kind of funny. The 3 doesn't pass the 8. And he's clearly not got to look at the 2. So it's either going to be a rollout or I don't believe he's going to jump it. So it'll just most likely be the rollout. Where do you go? He's looking up past the side. Oftentimes these guys will look at tying something up. Is he going to leave him the cross side? The only thing about that is that the cross side might have a future getting the cue ball back down here for the 3, so I'm a bit surprised at that. I feel like he's got to take a look at this to the right side pocket. Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. It was natural to get back down here for the 3. A little bit questionable, the rollout, and a great shot by Clatterbuck. There's the shoulder. Did you see it, Mike?
I did see that. And, perhaps just the energy of this feature table and the eyes from the crowd might be playing a role there, but I'm sure Matt still has it in the tank. Nice bank shot there. But, of course, back to Tyler Steyer in control.
Yeah, probably just a result of not playing as much, especially in this situation, right? You're playing on the main table, you're playing Tyler. So typically when that shoulder lunges or drops, it means the nerves are high, which is understandable. And not only that, it probably means the confidence isn't quite where he wants it to be. I've been there a million times. Five does play in the right side. It plays in the upper right corner. Really taking a lot of time here, but I think that that's going to help him. He's not going to take much for granted. Didn't want to fall straight. That's for sure. He's the type of player that'll draw out of this and pound around. He's taking the distance. That's how flat he really was. Yeah, you could see the minute the cue ball left the tip, he was a little unsure about the result. And we've seen it and talked about it most of the day. Oftentimes, if they're missing this ball, they're missing it thick with that outside ball. It just doesn't come back in time on the fresh cloth. Matt just does not seem to be real comfortable. Long bridge. Pretty long bridge. The ref hovering over him. That doesn't help the nerves. All ball fouls here. He's making sure that there's no touch on the 9.
And Matt Clatterbuck finishes the rack there under more than just the eyes of the spectators and the viewers, also the eyes of the referee. So he looks on intently. Matt gonna double check his stroke on the sidelines there. But Matt Clatterbuck taking advantage of the missed 7 ball from Tyler. And going to continue on here, 2-1. Still very early in this match, but What a big match this is. Remember, the winner of this match will continue into the event tomorrow. Final 16, single elimination redraw, where the loser of this match eliminated, just shy. So, a lot on the line here.
Yeah, no question. Maybe that has something to do with the discomfort from Matt, but the break shot hasn't been terrible, and of course, as luck would have it, a little flick off the 9. Otherwise, he's perfect on the 2. And now, decisions to make. Hard to even tell if he can see a piece of it. No, I don't think so. Mike running the whole show back there, giving us the camera angles, and it's not easy. I can promise you that. And it's not easy to get at this 2 ball. I don't know where he goes here. He's got to roll out. Yeah, he doesn't know where he goes either. And he's looking from there. That's a little concerning. You leave a great player in that position, they're going to find a way to create distance and most likely cover. Yeah, Tyler never going to give this back. You could chip the 2 past the right side pocket. Come down behind the 7. You could come off the top side. It's preference. I don't know if you guys caught that, but Tyler walked over right in front of Clatterbuck to make sure that the snooker was there. All depends on how much he can see of this ball. I don't know if he can just knock it 1 rail down below the 5 and 6, or if he has to cross the face of it. It's obviously close. Okay. Can you get an edge of it? Just enough to make in the side, potentially. Don't know. And that's a good view. I think he can. He's going to draw this with a low right ball out of the upper right corner. Mike, when did they change the cloth? When did they put the fresh cloth on this table? Do you know how long ago?
Yeah, so from what I understand, it's been about 12 days since this table's been clothed, so.
That's not bad. I felt like it played fresher than that. That's probably about right. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah, I don't know if you caught the Nathan Childress interview just a short time ago. He said that, it was in that range, but he said that it's still playing, that it's very new and very slick, and he liked it. So, staying very consistent. Something to note with that CPBA cloth.
Good to know. Good to know. Who's the gentleman doing the interviews? He seems to do a very good job.
That's Madison Ortiz, and yes, he does a great job. And he's a professional, as I like to say.
I've met him before. I did not remember his name, but seems to do good at everything he does. Where's Tyler going here? Is it to the side? The left side? Really taking a lot more time than he's used to taking, or that I'm used to seeing him take. I like the decision, though. You see what he did there. Using the 8, the backdoor safety, playing the cross side all along. Okay. Roll the dice. Pay the don'ts. Yeah, is he looking to come to the second rail? Just catch the top side of it, maybe get distance with the cue ball back up table. Can't tell how thin this is. Still really kind of taken back at the time that Tyler's taking. I don't know how much he's been playing. I don't know if this is by design, but typically a pretty quick-paced player. He's not fast, but he's definitely not a slow player. It's like I just don't know. Looks to me like he's drawn straight out of the corner here. Or trying to. It's got a carry. Just got there. It's about as good as it gets.
Yeah, Tyler staying very smooth here, very consistent, getting the better end of some of those exchanges with Clatterbuck hanging that ball in the corner for Tyler's picking. A little bit of fortune there. Definitely could have been a tie game. Should he have pocketed that one, but it's Tyler Steyer now picking up these gimmies off of the table. He's still got to make the shots, of course. But Tyler's very sound fundamentals. They give him some backup here and allow these balls to go in easily as he rounds the table to get 3-1 ahead here. And again, this is a very big match for both of these gentlemen as the winner goes on to that final 16, stage 2. And loser goes home a day early. I'll tell you though, spectators surrounding the area and really enjoying these players performing for them. Really a nice treat having some of these top players in the front royal area. And of course the Bob Stocks Memorial, the ticket to bring them into town. Right, here we go. Rack number 5. We got Tyler Steyer 3-1 ahead. Matt Clatterbuck. Let's see how Tyler looks on the break.
All right, he snuck the 1 in, the 2's down. He's going to have a look at the 3, and it's a pretty good one at that. A little cluster down here with the 6, 7, 8. He's going to have to avoid those just to get on the 4, which might actually be a challenge. I don't know. See the line he's looking at there. I don't know if that's... I don't think it's going to come that tight off the second rail. Going to be tough to avoid the 7 and the 8 unless he wants to come long somehow. Yeah, just always really a challenge to avoid. If you avoid the 7, you're probably going to hit the 8. He couldn't go long, or he'd run into the back of the 7. All right, Mike, I got a question for you. Who do you pick from right here to win the tournament?
Right now, of all the players that are still remaining in the event, my top pick, I still got to go with my guy, Lucas Fracasso-Werner, Connecticut
Okay.
kid. He's my pick. He's got a lot of momentum behind him, and there's so much talent in the room. However, I just feel like there's a fire inside of that kid right now, and he's playing so well, and of all of the performances that we've heard throughout the room, all those chatters, the biggest performances, it's coming by way of that kid right there, Lucas Fracasso-Werner. That's my pick.
I actually like your pick, and he's shown us as of late. He beats Naoki Oi in the ranking event prior to the last, and there's obviously something to it. And then you're talking about the buzz that's going around in this room. Obviously, he's on the money for a good finish.
Yeah, I got to agree there. I mean, Lucas really, he's put in a ton of work, but he's super active these days. He came here, days before the event, got into a couple of matches beforehand, and he's coming from other matches. He's not really just waiting for event to event, really just out there competing. And he's been kind of in the fire a bit lately too, so really like him. 2 out of 3 of his past tour stops, making it to the finals, winning one of them, as you mentioned, over Naoki Oi, and falling to Jesus Atencio at the Beasley. But, I mean, he's really just coming along nicely. So I'm going to stand firm on my pick.
I'm not going to argue with it. I like it, and you're right. He's been in a lot of action in between these tournaments. He was with a friend of mine, Angry White, or an acquaintance of mine, Angry White, down there in the south, around Alabama, and he hasn't stopped. Like you said, Mike, he really has not stopped at all. He's putting in a lot of work, and he's had the talent. Last year we talked about him potentially making Team USA, and he fell just short in Hanoi. I watched him there live in Vietnam. And in several events, you felt like he was right on the cusp. And this year, we see it over and over with young talent. They break through, they win an event, they seem to just kind of carry that momentum. It seems to be what happened, or what is happening with Lucas.
Yeah, I'd have to agree there. And I kind of have to say, I think that it was actually the right thing for Lucas not to make the team at that current time. And
Agreed.
I think that maybe added, to that motivation to get him to work a little harder. And let's say he did get picked, and the team went out there and didn't go the distance. Perhaps they would have pointed the finger at him in that case. Perhaps they reassess the situation, and a bigger, badder, stronger Lucas does make the team in the future, and he's going to get to take them to victory along with his teammates. So really think that was actually the right thing at the time.
That's well said. Very well said. That's what I was saying last year. I fully agree. All right, the issue with this combination is he's kind of going away from the 6. If he makes the 7, the 6 looks to me to go to the long rail. The cue ball kind of going towards the 9 somewhat, or the bottom rail. I can't tell. Maybe straighter than I think. Well, he held it quite well. I don't think you could do much better.
Yeah, Matt's going to really just take this really carefully. He made the nice combination, but this is really the key shot here. Got to get on the 8 ball. And Looks like he's done that very well. He'll be playing the 8-ball to the side pocket. You just draw this ball just a hair. Should play the 9 to the bottom right. And Matt Clatterbuck should be able to get within 1. I like how he reset there. So know he's conscious of where he's at and something's off. Got to make that minor adjustment. And 9-ball gets deposited, so 3-2 now. Matt Clatterbuck answers back. And I know that the Virginia locals really happy to see not only Matt Clatterbuck competing, but still in the event and with a chance to make it to the final 16. With the world-class field and all this talent in the room, those stakes are high and competition level top-notch, so really speaks volumes of the abilities of some of these players. And Clatterbuck going to have the break in rack 6, so a chance to compound that bit of momentum. And we're going to see how he looks here.
Ooh, the one in and out of the side. I was just about to say, looks like he might be getting a little bit more settled in. How often do we see this, though? The ball's just laying a bit funny. He's got a ball down, but he's got to look at the 1, but the 2 now just really in a bad spot. I mean, you could come down near the 5 and go for the cross side, but I think you work for something tactically. I don't know. Can he even get to the 1? Can't get to the 1, then you're forced to roll out up table, unless you want to take a chance with the jump cue. Yeah, it's a good look. That's what he's doing, just forced to kind of roll out. He was snookered, obviously. Didn't want to take a chance with the jump cue. There was no payoff with the 2 where it's at. Might get this back just because you really can't go anywhere with the 1. Meaning if you just try to shave the 1 and slip behind the 8, it's real touchy. The 1's not getting away. Don't know what he's looking at. Is he looking to just trickle the 1 past the 9, lay the cue ball down on the long rail past the side? Boy, that's touchy as well. I see what he's looking at. So he's looking at going forward with the 1 off the left edge of the 2. Yeah, so looking at going forward with the 1 off the left edge of the 2. 2 will kind of come out or off the long rail. Then he'll rock forward with the cue ball, potentially getting behind the 2, but if not, potentially getting behind the 9, if all goes well. Yeah, that's pretty strong right there. That's well recognized. That's upper level stuff from Tyler Steyer. Not fun being over this ball. Not only that, I think he's completely reached. Right-handed. No fun. Tyler took care of a couple big problems there and knocked the 2 out and away from the back of the 9, so it's now open as well if he can earn ball in hand. Great hit. I mean, that's just the best effort you can really make. Hope for the best. You couldn't put much into it as far as power. All right, Mike, how many times have we seen him overdraw it on the fresh cloth?
I'll be honest with you, Scott.
Continues to happen.
Yeah, it seems to happen over and over again, and it's always the shots where they only need a little. They got to move the cue ball around a bit. They seem to have a hold of it, but it's when they really just need 6 to 18 inches and get 3 feet.
Okay, and you touched on this earlier too. It seems, yes, they're a little bit bigger pockets. They're just 4.5. They're not massive, but you mentioned that they're getting a little tighter, and they might be because Tyler did a little jaywalking right there. He felt like he made that ball after contact, and it held up.
Yeah, that was a little unfortunate for Tyler, but still a bit of work to do here for Matt Clatterbuck. Still got to get a nice line here on that red 3. And he's going to draw it into position here. But yeah, the table's tightening up just a little bit, especially this feature here. Of course, the bed of the table's still very slick, but those pockets, that cloth on the rail, a little bit more friction as the event moves forward. And those are the adjustments that these players will have to make and mental notes as they continue through these matches.
Clatterbuck looks like he's really settled in quite a bit. The shot on the 2, just to draw straight back one rail, never easy. Got as good as he could get, really, on the 3. Tyler looking a bit perplexed in the chair. But I don't see the elbow dropping much anymore, which makes a lot of sense, right? When we start out in a match like this, that's when the nerves are high, the adrenaline's a little up. Like to just carry that angle there if he can stop. A little flatter than he'd like to have been. Now he might have to pound this. And he's looking to go forward. The bed is quick, so it will get there if he doesn't overamp it. Looks to be home free, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, he's still a little steep here. He's got to be mindful of the cue ball. A couple of times we saw players shoot a similar shot here, misjudging the slide of the cloth and ending up in that top corner. But big Matt Clatterbuck is up for the task here.
He's right-handed, I guess. I bit off more than I could chew there. He's got a big reach. I thought the cue ball traveled a little further than it did.
He chose to keep it really tight to that side rail, and he's going to reap the benefits from that decision. Oh, Matt Clatterbuck, really nice on this 9 ball. A little bit of a reach. Just going to double check his work. He should be able to just deposit this one and tie us up 3 games apiece. And sure enough, makes it happen. So, Tyler Steyer has got an opponent that just won't go away. even keel after 6 games. And again, these two players fighting for that seat in our final 16, which will begin tomorrow. And going to declare a champion tomorrow. Still yet to be determined, but as we've said, cream rising to the top, and a lot of these players really just showing us why they are who they are. As our players step out of the arena area for just a moment, I'm going to remind you where you can watch all of these matches. Go ahead and purchase your pay-per-view pass via Digital Pool. And you can just go ahead to that QR code that you see on your screen. You can screenshot that or have your camera scan that, and it'll take you to the proper destination where you can watch all of the tables in the event. And you can choose to follow your favorite players and their ups and downs as they get through this field. And again, tomorrow, you're going to get your choice of any of the 8 opening matches in that final 16. And what a nice thing to come home to. You can say, hey, I want to watch all of them. And you can make that decision yourself. But again, Digital Pool providing that infrastructure and really just changed how we're able to view and experience pool, both from the spectator side and the player side as well. And not to mention from the industry side, where you can actually host the events and really just bringing us into the future. Digital Pool, really like a lot of those features and how they're able to really just connect us. Looks like Tyler has returned. And we're just looking for Mr. Clatterbuck to make his way back in, and here he is. All you got to do is say his name. All right, here we go. Tyler Steyer to the break. And we are tied up 3 games apiece. This is rack number 7. See if Tyler can hold off this hot shooting Matt Clatterbuck.
All right, notice the little flick off the bottom of the 8. Big action on the object balls, but that flick is going to prove slightly disastrous. He's not going to have a look at the 2. This is where things just tend to get frustrating for players. A lot of people don't like it. I like the break shot rule. I think that, you know, back in my era with racking the 1 on the spot, boy, oh boy, the wing ball was just going nonstop. I know there's an ongoing debate about that, but at this level, Mike knows it as well as I do. I mean, everybody breaks and runs out. And, you know, I think that that's why they've implemented the alternate break format here as well. We should see some closer matches this way. He's just going to leave him long and straight here. Left him snookered. I think he meant to leave him long and straight. Can't imagine he would leave the jump shot from this distance. There's a good look. He's forced to go rail first if that's what he chooses. Yeah, his thought here is that he can send the 2 back up table potentially and get the cue ball behind the 3 and 7 if he doesn't make it. Just don't want to catch it too thin. Oh, he caught the inside of it. Been playing exactly 1 hour. We are into game number 7. Wanted to get that to the bottom rail, clearly. Think you can come all the way around here. It's tightened up off the second rail. We got action, Mike.
Yeah, really unfortunate scratch there, miscalculation from Tyler. But I'll tell you what, this is going to be a battle, and I think Matt Clatterbuck came to On Cue this weekend to play pool. What do you think, Scott?
Yeah, it seems like it. I was a little concerned, obviously, in game number 1 and 2, but he's really settled in. Definitely seems like it. Tyler stunned at how the cue ball acted off the second rail, but it didn't seem to me like he hit it at near the pace he needed to come all the way around, which is what he was trying to do. So I don't know if he caught the 3 a little thick, and that's what caused the cue ball to act the way it did. And there's no question, no. You can see that Matt has been playing. I don't know where, but he's definitely been playing pool. All right, looking to come down below the 9. There's that cloth. It just continued to go. Well, I don't necessarily mean it, not necessarily the cloth, right? It's more the bed and just what it is. Not a bad thing. But he has fallen awkward now in game number 7 in a funny position. He's got to work the cue ball. Yeah, I guess it's a low inside ball unless he feels like he can hold with a low outside ball. The low inside, he wraps around the upper left corner. The low outside, he just comes 1 rail out and takes the distance on the 9. It's going to be the distance.
I'll tell you, Matt Clatterbuck loving to perform in front of a hometown crowd. And tell you what, if I'm Matt Clatterbuck, I kind of feel chosen playing this match. Not only on the featured table, but in front of my hometown crowd. And you kind of like to see him add some motivation behind his shots here and really just try to deliver for his people and give him that extra push to perform as he takes those last 2 off the table. Great 7 ball, great 9 ball from Matt Clatterbuck as he takes the lead here 4 games to 3. And I'll tell you, I know that perspective very well. You know, when you got your people behind you and they really want you to win, you know, that can really add that push and that motivation mentally and actually allow you to perform better. You know, if they were playing in the corner table, perhaps maybe Matt feels like he's boxed in with a champion. No one really caring what's going on there, but I know that I perform much better in front of a crowd that's rooting for me, so I think that Matt feels that. He's definitely coming through pretty well here.
Yeah, and what I noticed there is quite a bit firmer than the speed he's been hitting them at. I don't know why there would be frustration there, so I'm not saying that's why it was, but went long of the side, which we haven't seen much, if any. Yeah, I gotta wonder if Tyler's been playing a lot of pool, and the only reason I say that is because out of the gate, he was taking so much time in very traditional positions that he's used to being in. I'm just looking at how he's kind of slumped in the chair, and I don't know. I don't know if he's been playing a lot lately. He's a hard practicer, plays a lot, trains a lot for bigger events, so I just don't know. It just feels to me like he's not quite been putting the time in. I'm not certain with that. I could be completely wrong. Now look at this. Okay. Little bonus for that to fall. Two. Mike, why does it seem like we continuously be commentating games like this? It's happened over and over where I feel like there are going to be a lot of break and runs, and we just haven't seen it.
Yeah, I think that, you know, as we get to the later hours of the day, and, you know, maybe that's a factor for these two here, but I really think it's just the nature of the event. You know, there's a lot of pressure riding on these players, and, you know, like I mentioned, you know, Matt Clatterbuck really trying to perform for his local hometown crowd and really show up, show out. So perhaps it's really just that mental battle there, but it seems like the break, you know, you got to take a little bit off of it. Notice that Matt Clatterbuck put a little extra into this Rax break, and perhaps that was a little momentum and adrenaline behind that stroke as he took the lead. So perhaps not a frustration stroke, but more of a motivating stroke and excitement.
Yeah, once again, actually very well said. And the nature of the event, most likely right on the money. And oftentimes that's just the case, right? Yeah, I don't know. It is, well, is it 9 going on 9:30 on the East Coast?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 9:20 right now.
Okay. Been playing all day then, so this is this to get in the final 16?
Yeah, this match is the final match of the day, and yes, it is. It's a win or lose situation, go home or continue on tomorrow type of situation. So both of these players know that everything's riding on this one right here, so no chances taken.
Yeah, both of these guys would love to win this, go get some rest, and come back fresh tomorrow. Looking to catch the bottom half of this and send it up table, I assume. Just sneak it past the 5. He's got the 4 and the 5 there for cover. That'll work. Great effort. Matt waiting on an opponent just below us. Don't know what all he has here. I don't know that he can see the bottom half of the 2. This view tells me he can get to kind of like the bottom half. He'd love to be able to. That way he could use the 5, or at least the 4. But I don't know the way he's queuing. I immediately see just banking the 2 back up towards the 6. Just beat the 8, get past the 8, and you can trickle down behind the 9 or the 8. He's looking at maybe trying to tuck behind the back of the 9 a different way. So now he's changed his mind. So maybe now going to look at using the 4 and the 5. Yeah, he's talked himself completely out of that. He tried to edge that and creep in behind the 4 and the 5, which was so much more difficult than just banking the 2 back up table towards the 6. Look at this, Mike. Clatterbuck immediately on the 2-9.
I got to say, it takes a special kind of player to feel really confident about this type of shot, but Matt Clatterbuck went right into it, so perhaps we're in for a surprise. Most likely, we would advise the players to shoot the high percentage run out, but maybe he doesn't like the 4 to the 5 there. Maybe he's going to play the cue ball behind the 8. Kind of a backup contingency, but looks like he's really confident on this one. He's looking at it. What a great shot there, Matt Clatterbuck. Surprising us here after an open miss from Tyler Steyer, missing the 2 ball completely. And I got to agree with Scott's exclamation, trying to really just ask a little bit too much there. Trying to thin that one, play safe. But I'm sure Tyler will take that in strides and make his adjustments mentally. As Matt Clatterbuck takes a 2-game lead here, 5-3 ahead of Tyler. Again, racing to 9 to get into our final 16, which will begin tomorrow. And if you want to catch all of the action, make sure that you purchase your pay-per-view pass. You can get that through Digital Pool, of course. Just going to scan that QR code right there on your screen, and you can choose the matches that you want to watch. Boy, do we have some good ones coming up tomorrow. And all undetermined as of right now, as we got to see who makes it there. It could be one of these 2 gentlemen.
Okay, watch the cue ball, watch the 9. It's dry. He is not happy about it. Known to have one of the better breaks on tour, Tyler. I can promise you there's about 80% of the field that would take his break. But as Mike said it just a little bit ago, the nature of the event, it's the results off the break shot haven't been there all the time. That's for sure. A big long shot off this rail to open this rack up. Talk about a nervy shot. This is a pool player's least favorite shot. Oftentimes shooting into a blind angle. You got to trust the back arm. Okay. Maybe this is the guy that we were talking about years ago that was unbeatable in that area. I remember Matt's name very well. We never did cross paths, but I knew who he was. And just taking a look at this bracket here, I believe it's, if I'm looking at this correctly, Lucas Fracasso Werner versus BJ Ussery tomorrow.
Yeah, so that's actually just where they've arrived to get to the final 16. There will be a redraw.
Oh, okay. Great.
So when they finish out those winner side brackets, there will be a redraw. So what you see there is really just who's made it through their first stage. And again, the final 16 will be redrawn, and they do seed the bracket with the winner side versus the players that made it through the B side. So it's going to be an interesting setup for tomorrow's final 16.
Yeah, he's falling a bit short here. What do you do? What do you do? You could cut the pink towards the 8, use the 8 to stop the 4. It's just a long reach for him. That's the concern, to do anything real aggressive. I mean, I feel like if he could reach it, he could almost cut it into this corner. I think he's going to choose to play the defensive shot, wrap around, try and get down here where you don't want to catch it too thin and lay it over that top corner there. Make sure to go into the 8 pretty thick with the 4. Yeah, well done. Really well done. He's got him completely cut off, forced to go to the left long rail. I wouldn't be surprised if he hits this with a little more pace, hoping for something good. And you notice from this view here, the 4 is, if it's not froze, it's very close. Yeah, tough to just roll this like you're just trying to make it. I think you've got to use a little bit of speed here. Wow. Talking about the table tightening up, he hit that ball very good, and what a payoff it would have had. You saw the 5-9 combination. 9, a big ball there. Can't believe the 4 didn't fall. I guess it was due to the speed. Mike, he hit that ball real well.
And I was very surprised that it didn't fall, especially with this slick bed of the table. And I got to say, I got a feel for Tyler right now. You know, he's really just missed a couple of these critical situations by millimeters. And in that case, hanging the pink 4 and offering Matt Clatterbuck an opportunity to go ahead 6-3. Who saw this coming?
Yeah, not really myself, I'll be honest. He went rail first there. Kind of lost the cue ball. The carom is on into the 9. You don't want to hit this real hard. You've got to allow the pocket to take if you're going to go at it. It's really all focus on burying the 9 here. Yeah, can't tell if he's cueing down on the cue ball, if he's entertaining the cross side or not. I wouldn't think so. He went at both of them, and he got one of them, and almost got them both. Wow. Pocket's definitely tightening up here in the evening time on Q Sports. The pool room we're in. Well, you can't go at both of them here. So you got to commit to the green 6 in the upper left corner. Oh my, what a clean hit. Center of the pocket. And if there was ever a missed ball in this rack, I would have expected it to be that. Thought he would track 2 rails out, Mike.
Yeah, it looked like he had everything he needed there, but again, sometimes that adrenaline gets pumping and kind of go through the cue stick a little extra. And he gives himself this tough position. I think he's going to go with a bank here, Scott.
Yeah, pretty much forced, but boy, it looks a little funny. I mean, I think it's bankable, but it looks close to frozen. You miss it, you're missing it long. Yeah, it was real tricky, that there bank. Look at this. Where do you go here, Mike?
Honestly, in this position, I think it's going to be Tyler's preference. He's either just going to use his talent, cut the ball, or fire the bank cross corner. You know, he's got to go with an offensive shot. There's no defense here, nowhere to hide. You just come with it.
Yeah, it looks like he's banking at it.
Looks to be almost perfectly on line. And look at this cue ball. Look at this. And if I was Tyler, I'd smile about that and say, hey, I'll teach you that one when you get a little older, kids. I'll tell you what. Tyler needed that little bit of boost there, but, you know, Scott, I'm sure you've heard the phrase before, good luck is the residue of hard work, and Tyler's definitely put in a ton of it. So, you know, a little good fortune now and again, not so bad. Can't hate on him for that. So, Tyler Steyer stops the onslaught from Clatterbuck and makes it 5-4. And that was a big game. 6-3 sounds terrible compared to a 5-4 deficit. So, a little good fortune there. So, Clatterbuck still in control as we move into rack number 10.
Okay, look at what happens. The hiccup in game number 9 from Clatterbuck, wide open with the 7, 8, 9. Comes up short on the 8. Now he gets kissed in, scratch on the break, 3-9 combination instead of a massive lead. it's going to be tied up.
And it's amazing how the tables can turn so quick, and what could have been a 3-game lead in 2 games' time is going to be even keel. Remarkable how the numbers work out and how fast things can change in the game of 9-ball. And Tyler fires that in with authority to send a message. Hey, did you think I left the building? Watch this. And as Tyler ties it up, 5 games apiece, he's going to be the breaker in rack 11. So chance to pull ahead and take the advantage back. I'll tell you, as good as Matt has played here, I think Tyler, with that little bit of frustration, if he puts some confidence behind that motivation, Matt could be in deep trouble here. You don't want to get a guy like Tyler Steyer on your bad side, because when that boy's hitting the ball well, anyone in the world can get it. Don't want to be on the receiving end of it. And I'll tell you what, the break shot here would dictate not only how Tyler's feeling, but how this match might go forward. Well, let's see how we look.
Yeah, now the 1 down. There's the flick again off the bottom of the 9. What's the 2 going to do? It catches the point. Things are changing. Game number 9 for me was the obvious turning point. The 7-ball, he could have tracked 2 rails out. Instead, tried to draw 1 rail over, got short on the 8, talking about Clatterbuck. And as Mike said, would have been a 3-game difference. And it's an out. He's probably supposed to get out of 95% of the time. The bank on the 8 wasn't easy. Missed the bank, and everything has changed. Watch out. It's that soft draw that tends to get him. Boy, you'd think that his shoulders would be a little bit higher after the last couple of games, but not happy. Just has not seen himself or real confidence since the beginning of the match from the Tyler that I'm typically used to calling. Even when things aren't going his way, he tries to stay very positive. I haven't really felt that at any point in this match. Big jump here. You got to get all the way over this ball. You're going to end up landing on the 3 at best. Wow. He made that look easy. Mike, he made it look easy.
Honestly, that's just a testament to my earlier comment about Tyler and his abilities and talents. And, if he got a little frustrated and he puts that into that back arm and, motivates him to really show his true power. Again, anyone in the world can get it. And Tyler really showing us who he is right now. And Matt Clatterbuck can only sit and watch. So Tyler making a statement with a great jump shot. If he can follow it up right here, I think we're going to see a very different ending to the match. As we've seen Matt Clatterbuck in control for a while, this is really the pivotal moment for Tyler.
Yeah, I don't know if he's in between going to the right side or if he's in between forcing it to the upper right corner with a high ball and then going out of the upper left corner to the purple 5. He's got both options. Thin to the side or out of the upper left corner with a force follow. Well, if he's going with a mid ball, it's thin to the side, isn't it? It's hard to tell what he's doing. Yeah, he tried to punch it. Boy, it was more natural, I felt, going forward. And that's where he lost me, when he started going to the lower to mid ball. Initially, his first instinct was a high cue ball, playing that 4 to the upper right corner and just going to the left long rail, top rail, back towards the 5. Clatterbuck thin on this 4. Very thin. Tell you what, pretty good recovery so far. I'm waiting for the mishap. It just seems to come oftentimes when you get a chance to kind of close it out like he did in game number 9, and then a couple of fumbles, the combination from Steyer. You're just kind of waiting for something to go wrong. But that was a real good hit. So was that. Okay, this is that angle. Wasn't quite near the same. Obviously, the 7 a little tougher that I keep referring to in game number 9. But here, I think you do go 2 rails, or is he trying to just draw 1 rail out? It doesn't really matter here. It's preference. He's thick enough to where he could draw 1 rail out, but that's what he's going to choose to do. I just feel like you can lose it more that way. Wow, what a bonus. What a bonus, Mikey.
Honestly, Scott, I thought he was going to lose the cue ball there, but does get a little friendly bump and ends up reasonably on this 8 ball. But Matt Clatterbuck fighting back, and can't help but comment. You know, you're right. You keep waiting for something to go wrong, but this guy just keeps coming with it. And perhaps Tyler a little blindsided by his opponent, but kind of going to take that personal factor out of the match and out of the opponent. And Tyler going to take a minute, head out for a moment. We're going to take just a quick word from our sponsors. We're going to continue with Clatterbuck and Steyer into rack number 12. Clatterbuck still leading 6-5. We'll be right back. looks like our players have returned table side. And it's going to be Matt Clatterbuck. Be going to the break here in rack 12. It's been such a nice battle between these two. Some unforeseen errors from both players, but I tell you, it's Matt Clatterbuck surprising some of these viewers, and he's playing in front of his home crowd, so really looking to show and prove and not let his team down. Here we go.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that he's been at least training, playing some events, like you said, up in the area. And, I was very concerned out of the gate, but he just needed to work into it just a little bit, loosen that arm up. And look here. What is stopping him? The 4 to the 5 could potentially be the issue. The 3 to the 4. You want to carry an angle here. Might go all the way down to the right long rail, to the top rail, and back kind of out towards the center, just to make sure you carry that angle. It's easy to just want to drift this in. I get it. But that's the concern. You don't want to fall straight. He can angle punch this, right? He can make the pocket a little bit bigger. Try and get out towards the center. I felt like if he just came down to that top rail and out towards the center, he's going to ensure that angle. Big shot here. Well, he got the max out of it. Absolute max. Boy, do you have to draw this back? Can't you stay on the upper right side of the table past the side pocket? Absolutely you can. Much easier to make the 4. Boy, I tell you what, this is where it could go sideways. I'm not saying it's the wrong play if it works out, but it sure seems like just keeping it simple up on that right side of the table. The 5 is hovering over the corner. Never mind, this is Matt Clatterbuck. He's fallen dead perfect. What a great shot. Yeah, I don't know how many players would have played it like that. I guess maybe for him it was easier to make the 4 with the low outside ball. And a lot of players will feel that way. This has really actually, Mike, turned into a pretty good match. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, I got to say, Matt Clatterbuck definitely surprising a lot of us. And I'm sure the locals are like, what, you'd never seen Matt play before? And kind of giving us the side eye like, of course he's going to do that. But I'll tell you, such a nice shot there, getting on the 6. And, he's really he's impressed me, I'll tell you that. Looking like he's just one more shot from simplicity, and there it is. As Matt Clatterbuck looks to make a 2-game deficit over Tyler Steyer. That would put him within 2 of a victory, but things are beginning to get very real for Tyler Steyer. If this was raced to 21, perhaps he'd not be so down about it, but Matt Clatterbuck really coming through and not faltering in the least. There it is, 7-5. Clatterbuck over Steyer right now. And I'll tell you, there was a time when we were tied up 5 games apiece, Looked like momentum was going to shift in favor of Tyler. And Tyler gives Clatterbuck just a little bit and turns that inch into a mile. As we see another 2-game lead. But boy, what a match it has been. Lots of ups and downs and very interesting choices that we're seeing from Clatterbuck. But, that's the interesting thing about, some talented players. Sometimes they have their own preferences, and that's the way they're comfortable shooting it. So, really nice to see the vast differences between the styles. But from styles to Steyer. Look at
this.
Ball. Unbelievable.
It is par for the course. The pool gods are real, they say. And I guess that is living proof. Yeah, that is 2 horrible kisses that he has received into the side pocket off the break shot. And that one I was about to give him credit because he caught the top side of the 9, which is what they're looking to do. But we see that scratch all the time. It is really in Matt's hands at this point. And what I'm very impressed about, you slightly touched on it there during the ad break, is how he could have gone up 3 games. Had a little blunder there. It goes 5 apiece. Typically, if you're not playing in this level of competition a lot, you're going to blunder some more. And his recovery to win these last 2 games has really been impressive.
I'll tell you what, if there's any sponsors looking out there, I feel like Matt Clatterbuck getting a couple of sponsorships is definitely in order. He's definitely had an impressive performance thus far. But really going to be the testament to what kind of player he is if he can close and seal the deal.
And he's falling perfectly below the 5 now. He can stun straight up table or just use the left long rail, which seems to be pretty natural. Well, he might have caught that a little full, but it sure grabbed off the long rail. Now, this is more of that angle he had in Game 9. I'll get off of Game 9. I can't get up. But I think you just punched 2 rails here towards the 8. Okay. Hard to get in trouble that way.
Yeah, it looks as though Matt Clatterbuck can close as he comes perfect on the 8. A little bit longer, but very comfortable 9 ball to get himself on the hill. What a match. And what a battle we've seen here. And Clatterbuck, really, really impressive. Like to see him come out on tour with some of the WNT pros. If he can bring that kind of game, but of course, sometimes life gets in the way of pool, and it's really nice that he's got this opportunity. And Scott, I know you touched on it earlier, but it's definitely got to be the case. He's had to have been hitting balls and prepared, because this is not a cold, off-the-bench type of performance here from Clatterbuck. He's in stroke. He's very comfortable, and he's definitely coming with some great shots here. So really nice to see that. Really nice. Strong performance thus far. But again, it's all about closing, and Matt Clatterbuck needs to be able to seal the deal.
Another great break shot. Now, you touched on it. You know, I'll tell you, to play with the elite players on the tour, you've got to be extremely consistent. I don't know if Matt's in that position or if he's having just a great set. I hope to see what happens tomorrow if he wins this match. I look forward to it. But so far, from what I've seen, he's been pretty rock solid outside of games 1 and 2. And the shoulder was really dropping, but other than that, he's looked real well. I mean, there's been a few mistakes here and there, but that's to be had. Tyler, for sure, has not played his best, and I recognize that right out of the gate. Did not look like himself. Was taking an unusual amount of time with very simple layouts. There was the shoulder. It's the first time we've seen it since game 2. And that was for sure a shoulder drop. Well, maybe a little pressure on him, right? And you just touched on closing the door. It's still a long way from over.
That's a great point, and you know, perhaps just the idea of making the final 16 and, you know, also beating a player like Tyler Steyer, just that thought could be kind of hampering his focus here. Can actually be distracting. You know, realizing, hey, I've still got it, and in a big way. So, really just need to calm your mind, and again, really need to close and seal the deal. You know, that's definitely a part of it. And Matt Glatterbuck in the position to do so. He's going to find out if he's up for it.
Yeah, and actually, you know, just a good effort to make the hit there. Kind of got away with it to get this distance. Let's see how Matt handles this. Referee kind of gets him out of the way. B. Shuff. And that big old mug right there at the bottom of the screen. Good friend of mine. We go way back. Brandon, another threat, in my opinion, to do well in this tournament. He just seems to always do well. He's been playing better pool in the last year and a half, 2 years than I've seen him play in a long time. Well, this is a big tester here. We saw the elbow drop or the shoulder drop in the last swing. Big movement in the body there. You could see the front of the cue come way out of the hand. That means the back arm gets tight upon delivery. Most likely the shoulder's making movement. I think this is where the alternate break format really shows up, right? You're going to get a couple of lives to get the job done. Whereas, you know, if Tyler could kind of take over and really gain some different momentum at the end of this match, things could be different. I still think Matt will settle down. And he could be gifted something here at the end of this rack. You just never know. But this is more the pace that Tyler plays. And that's not the player I saw the first half of this match. And the way he was looking there, he's looking to suck up the right side of the table. Don't know that there's a reason to. Just don't want to flirt with the 8. Yeah, he's struck it very well.
And as Tyler Steyer approaches this 8-9 to hold off Clatterbuck, perhaps, just being under pressure and just adding that stress, kind of elevating Tyler's abilities. And there are some studies that say if you're under pressure, you can actually have a heightened IQ and heightened intelligence in those situations, and in some cases, added strength and perseverance. So perhaps Tyler, being the resilient player that he is and always being so positive about the game, perhaps this is his time to show those characteristics that he has and just come through and show the people who he is. But again, Clatterbuck sitting on the hill. It's got to be some kind of distraction for Tyler, but again, the match is not over until that final ball falls. So here we go, back 15.
Well, watch the 9. Big movement again. Caught the bottom half of it there, sending it one rail towards the side. Once again, no good look at the 2. Now, we just noticed from distance that Clatterbuck had a pretty big movement. He also had a movement shot before. Don't think Steyer's not paying attention to that. You can assure he is. I wouldn't have any problem putting Matt down here on this bottom rail. And if he puts him where the Q-tip is, Matt can take that. He could just chip the 2 to the top on the right long rail, to the top rail, maybe behind the 7 and come back down. You're not forced to go at that. This is another option. This is really where he's going to be forced to play safe. I would rather give Matt the option of considering going at the ball. Really putting the pressure on him. That's what I think he's going to decide to do. Yeah, I really like this position because then the thought becomes, do I take this on to the upper right corner? But the negativity could creep in, and I think Tyler's playing into that right now. You can always chip this to the right long rail, up to the top rail, kind of like behind the 7. Swing the cue ball back down here, either between the 4 and 5 or down here behind the 4. Well, he's giving it up, and I think Tyler's happy to take this. I'm pretty sure. I'll be surprised if he attacks here. I'm pretty sure he's going to shave it, put it towards the top rail, and come back down table. If not, if he's got enough of the 2 to make it back towards the 4 and just tuck him under the 7, that's a whole nother story. But I would be surprised if he attacks here. Yeah, and this is a good line right here to tell us. Kind of felt like the reason he laid the cue ball there was so that he could chip the 2 to the right long rail and above the 7. Now he's looking at the bank, straight back down table. Something he doesn't like about it. That's what he's eyeing up. So it's going to be the 7 that he's trying to get behind and get the 2 all the way down here between the 4 and 5. If that's what he commits to. Yeah, I think he's back to the original shot, chipping the 2 up behind the 7. Oh, he caught it thick. He caught it thick. The execution just has not been there for Steyer. Definitely landed funny here. All right, break time.
Interesting time to take 5, but I'll tell you what, I think he's just going to go reset, perhaps. You know, the always recommended bird bath. And hopefully Matt Clatterbuck can come back into this arena table and really just finish out these final 7 balls. I mean, it's a tight situation there with the cue ball, but I gotta say, he needed a reset. I don't think he really liked his chances on this 2 ball if he just got down and shot, so he's going to go do a mental reset. And while he does that, take a quick word from the sponsors, and we're going to come back and finish this one out. 8-6 to Clatterbuck. Don't go too far. Be right back. All right, it looks like Matt Clatterbuck made it a quick trip. But he's back and ready to try to finish this one out. He's sitting on the hill in a tough position here, but all the balls open and available.
Yeah, this is really nasty. You can see how elevated he is. He doesn't want to put side spin on it. That was just very difficult. He could barely even get to the cue ball, let alone the 2. I mean, I don't know what you're thinking about here. You've got to bank this to the upper left corner on our screen. And just tuck down below the pink 4. 4 plays in the side past the 9. It plays in the same corner as the 2 that you'd be playing. It really has all the pockets. Yeah, I mean, there's just no question here about banking this ball. He's passing it up. The reason it's so powerful is if you happen to hit it bad, you're probably going to get away with it. You're going to tuck back down table below the 4. Gonna have to take it from him. He's not going to give it to you. Yeah, I'm just really surprised at this decision, no matter what, no matter how it came out. Matt's got to be thrilled just to get back to the table. I mean, the bank was really wide open there, and it was in a two-way play. I'm not going to shame him for it, but at the same time, I'm just very surprised. Matt actually just said something to whoever was in his corner. And I think you can actually go at a pretty full hit here and get away with it. Well, he really took a chance there, and how's this going to finish? Don't know if you can draw out of the right side pocket or the lower side pocket where the 9's at. I think you can. But boy, there's still traffic that direction. Yeah, I think the side is better. Less traffic. He's gone passive again. Felt like he had a big side pocket to cut it to. I know it was extreme, but now the good news for Matt Clatterbuck is the 2 is going to be held up by the 8, which lends the cue ball to go back upstairs. You got protection with the 5 and the 7. Just avoid the 6. Mike, was I seeing it funny when he had the bank on the 2 and he could have kind of played it two-way and just trickled down to the lower left side of the table?
No, when the 2 ball was at the top of the table, you know, I have to say that I think Tyler, although he would have recognized that shot, I think he's really just trying to take this a little bit slower and make sure that he doesn't make any rash decisions. You know, he's in grind mode. So, you know, I do agree that that shot was available, but I think Tyler's really just...
no question it was available.
Yeah, I think that Tyler's just kind of taking this and really just trying to make the most of it and grind out a win here. You know, his back's against the wall, so he doesn't want to do anything rash. And if anything seems off, he's just going to revert to whatever his instincts tell him, and that's what he ended up doing there. But Totally agree.
Yeah.
I like the bank there.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, he's trailing 8-6 though. With an alternate break format, you can't play safe when you've got two open options at going aggressive. You can't continue, I should say, to get away with that. In my opinion, from what I've experienced, especially on forgiving pockets. Now he might win the game. That's kind of not where we're going with this, I guess. But I feel like he is just not confident. I felt like that since the beginning of the match.
Well, ironically, in the same type of manner, we saw Boris Ivanovsky, kind of playing a little extra reserved and conservative, and he ended up playing a similar bank shot, and that turned the tables and ended up winning his match with Yannick Pongers. So perhaps Tyler could take some notes from that exchange there.
Yeah. Two opportunities, I believe. He could have cut the two to the side. He could have banked the two to the upper right, and that was really a free play with a chance to win the game. And the pocket's playing quite forgiving with that bank, especially with a low outside ball. Now Clatterbuck in the driver's seat. And 6 balls away, really, from, well, the biggest win he's had in the better part of 2 decades. And I would be excited to see how he does tomorrow. Big combination here. This leads the way, right? This kind of finishes the deal. You bury this, get a look on the 4. Everything else is right there in front of you. Well done. Going back and forth here, just coming out towards the middle. Saw a little flinch there. I'm not saying that's coming next, but I did see it. But he knows this is the shot to win the match. More drama, Mike.
Yeah, he's come up a little short here on the 7. But, I mean, he's made a difficult 7. Perhaps a little more difficult than this one here a bit earlier in the match, but tell you what, if he's going to shoot it stretched out here, going to add a little bit more difficulty to it. So he's got a decision to make here. And I'll be honest with you, if Matt shoots this 7 in, pretty much game over. But I'll tell you, if he gives Tyler another chance here, Tyler might sneak in and steal this one. And I mean the match overall, not just this rack. Now you let Tyler get one more game and one more break off, and perhaps we get to that double hill situation. Very, very different. And he's gonna
Big shapes in the backhand there. He's got it down, and he held the cue ball. This is a big win for Matt Clatterbuck.
Yeah, and we can hear the crowd in the background. Played a great set there. Congratulations to Matt Clatterbuck. And he's taken out the number 1 seed in the event, Tyler Steyer, 9-6. Scott, what do you think about that performance there? I mean, that was pretty strong. Very impressive.
Yeah, I'm happy for him, right? You've got to be happy for him. Tyler really didn't look like himself from the very beginning. He knows it. And Matt, he finished strong when he needed to. He came through when he needed to. So I was happy to call that match with you.
All right, Scott Frost, thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate you doing the event coverage with us. And in just a couple of minutes, we're going to be heading out to Mr. Madison Ortiz, who's going to be speaking with Mr. Matt Clatterbuck. And honestly, I can't wait to hear what he's been up to and how he feels about his very recent win over Mr. Tyler Steyer. Really going to be a treat to get into the mind and see the personality of this man. I mean, obviously we got to see him play some pool, but really looking forward to hearing from him. So it'll take just a second to get him on scene over there and see what he's got to say. Really excited to really just hear his voice and to get into the personality of Mr. Clatterbuck. You see, there's our lovely finishing cue ball right there. And don't forget, tomorrow, final 16 players. You see Mr. Brandon Schuff popping up there. But final 16 players. And we know a lot of them right now. We know a lot of who they are. And those 16 players are going to come into a redraw. And I have that single elimination bracket. All right. Looks like our guys are just about ready to give us their insight and get to hear from Mr. Clatterbuck. It looks like Madison and Matt are standing by, so going to head on over there.
Firepower, firepower, firepower. This is Madison Ortiz live at On Cue Sports Bar and Grill, 2026 Bob Stocks Memorial. It has been a day two, I have to tell you, and what a fitting ending to have one of our hometown heroes. Matt Clatterbuck just defeated the #1 seeded player in this entire event. Speechless. Normally I'm a man of many words, but I'm going to pass the mic and just tell me how you did it.
Just keep fighting. The last two sets, I'm playing very good players, and I'm making mistakes early. I fell behind both sets, and I just kept I put them behind me. I got frustrated at times, put it behind me, and just kept playing. To first to 9, not to 4 or whatever we went to, so. Yeah, just kept grinding away.
I talked to Matt a lot. We chatted earlier, and he said to me, Ortiz, I only get to play these guys once or twice a year. I know at my best I can beat them, and he has shown that. 740 Fargo, local player. I am not sure how he doesn't have 14,000 sponsors, but for the companies out there, he says he's interested, so I'm sure you'll get some phone calls after this interview. But back to the match itself, I really felt like you never let the momentum get behind you, Matt, and I really felt like the more the match went along, the more you believed. Is that what you felt?
Yes, absolutely. My first set today, I played a 588 Fargo, and he really pushed me to the end. He played well, and I felt that extra pressure as being the favorite. So I told some of my friends here that's rooting for me, that if I can just keep it close, I feel like these Moscone Cup type players are going to feel feel the same type of pressure I just felt. Yeah, so as it went along, definitely. I definitely believe more. Yeah, got a few rolls, and, yeah, worked out.
All right, well, what's next? Do you think you're going to snap it off and be the dark horse favorite, or you just one ball, one game at a time?
I'm just going to enjoy this tonight. I'm back tomorrow, and I'll enjoy it and see who I play tomorrow and just try to make balls tomorrow. And, you know, if I do what I'm supposed to do, I'll have a chance. It's that simple.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to sign it back to you, Matt DeMarco, and Mike DeMarco. My apologies. I'm calling DeMarco. I'm calling you Matt. I'm just totally like speechless. I know this man can do everything he has just shown the world he can do, and it's one thing to do it when you're alone and believe in yourself, but to really show the world what you can do, and it comes to fruition in front of your whole hometown fans, it's just something very special for me, and I'm sure for you as well, Matt. I will see you soon. Ortiz signing off.
All right, thank you very much, Madison Ortiz, and congratulations, Matt Clatterbuck, joining the rest of the group, going on to day number 2. And I'll tell you what, I just heard a whole bunch of clapping out there. It looks like the final match of the day might have just concluded. So I'm just going to give you a quick rundown of those players that are going to be in that final 16 draw. You got Guama, Gregorio Sanchez, Boris Ivanovsky. We got Lucas Fracasso-Werner, BJ Ussery, Max Eberle, Payne McBride, Nathan Childress, Oliver Snolowski. And then going on to the B-side winners, Georgie Georgiev, Hunter Lombardo, Felix Vogel, Matt Clatterbuck, who we just saw take out Tyler Steyer in spectacular fashion, Marco Tucher, and young Eric Roberts. And continuing on down, got Fraser Patrick, and just edging out Raymond Linares, Brandon Schuff. How about that? What a conclusion to day number 2. So we're going to be back tomorrow with our final 16. So thank you guys all for joining us. I love you guys. We'll see you tomorrow right here at On Cue, Front Royal, Virginia, for the conclusion of the Bob Stocks Memorial. See you tomorrow.